We are live. So I've got my 5 Glenglasser drams left, other than the Winter Ribbon 14. So I'm going to see what these are like. And then I've completely demolished all of the samples. Ding! Sound and audio, sound and video. Yep. So this is the Glenglasser Revival, 46%. Let that open a little bit. So I've got the fan going again because it's still 35 degrees at 8:30 at night. Towards a 43-degree day. Aircon has been on all day, but it doesn't get down to this area of the house, unfortunately. But maybe 5%. But it's bearable with the fan on. I just went outside to see what the temperature was like, and it's bleh. So it's definitely a bit better in here. Might share the link. So I had to stop and restart Discord like 3 times. I'm not Discord, OBS, because it kept skipping frames for some reason. It's in the white now, but it was in the red. What am I looking for? So 1 o'clock this morning when I was still streaming, halfway through the conversation, the internet died. And I did have a quick look on the phone, and it looks like they were doing some repair upgrade thingy somewhere. And I think it was scheduled for midnight that they were going to start doing it, but yeah, 1 o'clock is when they killed it, which is probably a good time because I needed to get some sleep anyway. Is anybody watching? Nope. Talking to myself. It smells alright. Doesn't smell. Should have looked to see what they shouldn't I? Most that custom stuff, like we did last night. Bring this over. Then Glasser. My bottle shop. That'll do. Loading, loading. Okay, so it looks like we lost a couple of frames. We're in the yellow, but playing glass of 40-year-old? Yeah, I think that might not be. Ooh, they do a pull finish. Okay. So revival, 46% is $80. The Torfa, 50% is 120. The Alatikio. What is another port wood finish? Evolution. Is there an evolution? Yeah, it's $90. There's the Pedro Menez. Oh, a 51-year-old. That for a 51-year-old whiskey, it's only $8 grand. Jeez. That's pretty cheap. That's way cheap for a 50-year-old. Nudge! There you go, mate. Come on, tell me what temperature it is so I can be super, super jealous. Because it's still 35 degrees right now. It was a 43-degree day. You'll have two? I know, right? A 51-year-old whiskey. What's the catch? Must be shit. Oh, it's sold out. It must be garbage, eh? For $8 grand. 17. Oh my god. So even if you doubled your temperature, I'd still be hotter than you. That's ridiculous. That's unbelievable. Alright, so this is the Glenglasser Revolver. Nothing amazing on the nose. Mmm. Nah, it's not too bad. I mean, we've had the aircon on all day. That's quite a rich honey. Very space sidey. Yeah, so we've had the aircon all bloody day because, yeah, it's been 43. But down here in my den, the aircon doesn't get to here in this part of the house, which is a real bugger. But it's definitely with that fan and everything, it's a lot cooler than I just walked outside and it's quite warm outside. So this, I wouldn't mind trying this portwood. You know, for a 50-year-old whiskey for $8 grand, I'd consider, or 51-year-old, I'd consider buying that sucker. Because how the hell am I ever going to get a whiskey that's 50-year-old? I know, right? It's like when with that episode I just put up, that was so, like, this is not hot in the glass. It's actually good, but that Aaron portwood, when we drank that, it was like cold tea. I don't drink tea, but it was like warm tea, not cold tea. It was like warm tea. Or coffee or whatever, you know, hot drinks. I don't drink hot drinks. It was insane how hot it was in the glass. Yeah, this is a very iconic space oak. Curious to try the portwood. I like anything that's port. I want to try it, of course. What a nice nose. Oh, it's just outside of Speyside. Okay. Well, very iconic Speyside Highlander then. Slight toasted bread. Yeah. Nothing bad, nothing amazing, just a good, fresh, honeyed Speyside. Only thing about not having the bottle is being able to read whether it's chill filtered and coloured and all that stuff. I have no idea. It's 46%, so there's no reason for it to be chill filtered. Oh. You should come in on the stream and we should drink it together, man. So you're gonna have the sherry cask, aren't you? And that's the 43% ABV. I've got a small sherry cask. Peated, that's the port, peated, port. I think I've got the 43. Yeah, that's 43. Surprised this is even readable. Nice. Yeah. Does not make me go wow, but it is nothing wrong with it. It's a good all-round dram. I know you're probably not an A, but if you wanted to come on the stream, just let me know and I'll send you the link. Stream your first experience of lime burners. It's definitely different, but oh so good. It's definitely good because it wins awards and Scotty gave it 10 out of 10. Not sure? I want lots more. So you just tried it then, you're not sure on it? I mean, it is just the first pour out of it. Did you add some water to it? And I'm going to let mine open up a bit. The American oak is their staple, and it's really well done. And if you're not a fan of sherry casks, then, you know, And because of the casks that they're using in Australia, they're not European, you know, predominantly they're just Australian wine casks. Typically. I like it. I mean, on the first approach, it's a little bit... It's not what you would typically associate with a sherry cask. But as soon as you swallow it, that sherry comes through. And it's real subtle. Dances on your tongue. It's not a sherry, you know, bomb. But you can smell and taste that lime burner characteristic. Oh, this one? Or the American oak? Or all three? I reckon all three, like their standard releases, the port sherry and American, they're great to have. I think I've only got... Yeah, I've got a small bottle of the American oak, a small bottle of the port cask, and then I bought the big one of the sherry last time I was down. Actually, no, I think they were fast, right? Oh no, that's just the normal American oak. I know one of them recently I bought was... Yes, the port one was the cask strength. Now my hat consequence. Yeah, the port one was cask strength one I got. This one's the normal 43 over there. Which is good to see their staple release being 43%. It's great seeing Princess Royal Harbour on the picture there. Makes me feel homesick. Man, I'd kill for 17 degrees right now. But my aircon is set to 25 degrees. And that's cold. Compared to the ambient temperature. That's insane. Well, I'm gonna add some water. Yep, 8-hour drive. That is true. If only I could. I've got responsibilities, unfortunately. Gotta take my kid to daycare and then pick him up, and got work to do. Otherwise I would be jumping in the car and driving down, to be honest. Go to Lime Burners tomorrow. That'd be great. Spend half the day there drinking. Ugh. Like, I don't normally drink beers when I have my whiskey, but when it's so hot, beer you just need it. Something cold. I don't want to chill my whiskey. Yep, that iconic Lime Burners malted barley. Through so well. Home in a glass. So I got some peated. I got some Darkest Winter, the 42.8% bottling. And I got some Heavy Peat. Love these bottles. Yeah, you have to save for the Darkest Winter. I mean, that stuff, whew, that's amazing. I might have a little dram of this one. Just a little tickle of it. Next time I go down there when I see Cameron, I'm going to see if I can get some of these bottles off him. Because these are perfect for putting, you know, when your bottle's pretty much dead, sticking it in those, because they're corked. He's got to ship them over he's got to buy a ton of them at a time. He's got to ship them over from France. Because I asked him on a live stream where he got them from. It'd be interesting to see what the latest batch of the Darkest Winter's like. We'd have to go there and taste it and let me know what it's like. It smells good. Just letting it sit with a bit of water. Yeah, try that, man. Let it sit with a bit of water and see what you reckon. Now the lid doesn't want to. Air's probably too hot in there. A little dram of this. Just a little dram. Oh yeah. At least you don't have to stress about it, Nige, because it's right there. The stiller is right there. And it doesn't matter if you miss a batch, the next batch is going to be bloody amazing, so you're not missing out. That's for sure. Oh yeah. Cheers. Oh, that's the stuff. Oh yeah. Yep, indeedy. That is the shit. Yep. Like, I want to sip that bit now, but I'm just going to wait. That is so good. Lime burners is pretty much making me just not really interested in the rest of the Australian whiskey industry, to be honest. Which is a sad thing to say because, you know, they're doing some really bloody good stuff here in Melbourne and Tassie and now all over different places. But I just, if I want an Aussie whiskey, I'm just going to go straight to lime burners. I mean, it's definitely a major part of it as I'm, you know, emotionally involved because it is my hometown, but they just make such good stuff. Like, I've tried Starwoods and Iniquity and all those, but just always want to go back to this. Because it's like, you know, when you drink Scotch, it's like a little piece of Scotland, but when you drink this is a piece, a giant chunk of the southwest of Australia. It really is. It's just so good. Speechless. Like, how much over these on that? 60... 62? You wouldn't know. It's so good. So good. Oh, I got a little bit of wildflower then. Like Sterling Range Pronger Ups wildflowers. It's always a good thing to smell an empty glass. Because you just get such awesome notes. It's just all round pleasant. I mean, a lot of whiskies have that real dried oak, hay, musty barnyard smell on an empty glass. This doesn't. This has got that little bit of sweetness. I mean, it's still got that barnyard and the hay and everything, but it's really dull back. Pleasant. It's good. And if when you get to go to lime burners, make sure you do the tour, because then you go into the warehouse and where all those barrels are just oozing that awesome liquid out, and you get to smell it. Oh, it's so good, that smell. Can't wait till I do that in Scotland. Alright, so let's try. So number 24 is the Glenglasser Evolution. So the Revival was just a good Island Speyside, you know, nothing amazing. So we'll see what this one is like. This is 50% this one, so this one should have a bit more kick. Grab some more water. Oh, and Aaron liked our post on Instagram. Win-win. For our latest review. Oh, almost forgot to wash this out. This smells better. This smells like it's been on some sherry cask. Let's have a look ski. Glenlasser Evolution. Blah blah blah. Coastal distillery, north coast of Speyside near Glendevitt and Banff, founded in 1875. Yeah, blah blah blah. Doesn't really say. Give me some info. What am I tasting? These are the Glenglassers. So they're the ones I got left. Part of Glenglasser's return, despite change of ownership, looks to be a triumph when evolution is anything to go by. Yeah, just on the nose, it smells pretty damn good. Just trying to see what the maturation of this. Oh, here we go. This has some info. It says created maturing whiskey, unique combination of finest hempick X Tennessee first fill whiskey. Great depth of character, finesse, blah blah blah. Natural colored and non-chill filtered. Excellent. That's what I was hoping. It's very light. But yeah, there's no colour in that. Non-chill filtered. Excellent. So the evolution represents the heart of Glenglasser's distinctive personality and indeed the landscape in which it's set. Okay. So it's NIS, 50%, non-chill filtered, natural coloured, using first fill Tennessee bourbon. Toasted cask a little bit because I smell a little bit of toast. It's like honeycomb, toffee, barley sugar. You having the Lagerbill and 8? Yeah, this is real honeycomb, sweet vanilla toffee with a little bit of prickly ABV. Decent mouthfeel. It's the typical smooth. It's quite smooth, but it develops and then disappears really quickly. And then when you swallow it, and the finish is not really there. But then it comes in with that toffee caramel finish, and sticks around. So there's a bit of a hole there after you swallow it with the early arrival of the finish, but then it develops quite nicely. I'd almost say this is quite a desserty type. Nice. It reminds me of the Dubliner whiskey liqueur, but not as strong and sweet. Over, you know. Over caramelized honeycomb, but this has got honeycomb and caramelly toffee in it, but I'm gonna add some water and see what it does, because it is 50%. Nice little studge in there. And this is only 99 bucks. 99 or 110, depending on where you get it. More grassy notes now. That toffee and caramels died back. You get more of that oak and the grass, hay. I'm almost getting a little bit like, could be just because I read that it's coastal, but it reminds me of like sea spray. Whew. Alcohol's definitely getting to my head. I'm sniffing it. Probably this 35 degrees is evaporating quite rapidly and going straight up my nasal passage. It reminds me of like seafood. But subtle, super subtle, coastal seafood kind of. Oh, that's delicious. I think I've got a bowl of that. Or have I? Didn't I get a bottle of that? No, I don't. I've had it though. That's yummy. It's that real, yeah, Carry Forest honey. It's delicious. Yeah, that's not bad. It's a shame that finish has that little hole in it, but then the long tail finish hangs around. and it's quite pleasant. It'd be nice to see that this expression, because it is 50% natural expression. It'd be good to see it a bit longer in the casks. See if you can get a bit more of that cask influence pulled into it, I think. I mean, I know that these expressions are fairly recent because they've only revamped the distillery because it closed down for a while. So this is like their new stuff that's coming out. So like I said last night, this is another one of those ones to keep an eye on. Yeah, that honey liqueur is delicious. You're gonna make me want to have some. Well, actually, there's one I haven't tried yet. I love my mead. I've actually got a mead liqueur from Maxwell's. I tell a lie, I have tried it. Because that's a little bit lower. But I think I must have been half cut when I had it, because I don't recall it. Oh. Oh yeah. So this is Maxwell's do a decent range of meads. So they're the normal Maxwell mead, and then you got their spice mead. So I've got bottles of mead sitting over there, and then they do this mead liqueur. Actually, I'm gonna put it in this glass because then. Oh no, I'm gonna rinse it out straight away. Should be fine. So if you like that honey liqueur, and have you had many meads? You were, and it was on here. It's good seeing someone's paying attention. Yeah. I drink so much stuff and taste so much stuff, I can't remember what I have and haven't had. That's why it's good to have these episodes, and I should go back and look at what I've actually drunk and what I haven't, because I don't even remember. I don't remember having it. It's a good thing that taste and smell is very in tune with your memory center and your emotion center, because yeah, like I've done in the past, not remember that I've cracked the bottle, and as soon as I taste it, like, oh, now I remember. You haven't had mead? Oh, I love me mead. And this is just delicious. Mm. Beautiful. Well, if you want to, mate, just go to any bottle shop pretty much. BWS, I know they carry Maxwell's. I think it's like $15 a bottle. So, you know, you're not breaking the bank. So this one I haven't cracked. This is their spiced. But this is their normal mead. It's just their normal Maxwell's honey mead. And yeah, I quite like this because it's down to here. Yeah, and this is their spice one. And then this is the liqueur. Now, I think the liqueur, I can't remember the exact price on this. I know it's a little bit different from these. I don't know whether it's cheaper or more expensive, because it is only a small bottle. Obviously, because it's got alcohol distilled stuff in it, so it's a little bit more. So it's made with selected spirit. Doesn't say what it is. So it's pretty much their mead added with whatever spirit they're sourcing or making themselves. Yeah, I love me some mead. Just the Viking in me likes it. So since you're drinking honey liqueur, Maya, And I'm drinking honey liqueur mead. There's only one thing to say. Skull! So good. And the best thing about this, it's not super thick and sugary. Like a lot of honey liqueurs are really thick and sweet. This is actually quite viscous. I mean, not viscous, it's quite non-viscous, so it's not real thick and gooey. It's like drinking, I don't know, like the Dubliner, that is really thick and sugary and coats the glass, but this doesn't. This is actually quite watery almost, but doesn't feel like that on the palate and the mouth. And the same with their meats, they're not thick and gooey and sticky. Honey tequila, ooh, I haven't had that. And this is only, like, the ABV's not stupid, so you know, you can have quite a bit of it and not be crawling around on your hands and knees. It's 18%, yeah, so it's like a good wine. And I think these are yep, 12.5, so yep, just like wine. So with a few friends, you can go through a bottle of that and not be maggoted off your face. And it's just so pleasant. And you can drink it, you know, with it stinking hot, freezing cold, mead any time of the day, any time of the year. Bloody brilliant. Love it. Maybe I should just crack this one because I haven't tried this spice one yet. It didn't say what botanicals are in it. Using a method, history, blah blah blah. Ancient Vikings, Greek gods, yep, all that stuff. Aphrodisiac, yeah. Traditionally served hot. Well, that's sorted. To enhance its aromas, warm the soul, and it'll be used in your kitchen as ingredient in cakes and fruit pies. Yeah, you could add it to any stuff. Try serving it chilled with dry ginger ale, ice, and mint. Ooh, that sounds alright on a nice hot day. Who just dinged me on the Discorder? Petra. Tequila. Ooh. 100% agave. Ooh. How much is that worth? Oh, I'd like to look at that. What's the damage on that? That's definitely getting a thumbs up. What's the damage on that, man? I'd like to look at that. Especially if it's a pure agave, not some cheap nasty stuff. Tequila and honey, ooh. I like the sound of that combination, I really do. Yeah, what's the damage on it? We could jump in the... You guys got microphones and headphones. We could jump in the Discord chat. $114. Not cameras, just audio, so we can talk to each other. $114. That is... So have you tried it yet? Because that... Is that your box you've just taken the picture of? I'm really enjoying this. What's it like? I bet it is. So was that a dance? I'm gonna have to see if I can get me sauce some of that. I want some Because I like me a good agave from mezcal. Like the good stuff. That's the problem with my taste. I like the good stuff. Yeah, I like the sound of that. At dance? Okay. I'm gonna have to see if I can get me some. Yep, I'm definitely keen to try that. You got me very intrigued. Alright, I want to try this spiced one now. So they're saying try it heated, warmed. Well, I've already done that. So let's try the spiced Maxwell's. I love their normal one. So let's see what they're infused. Because the Vikings, when they did their ale and when they did their mead, they did all sorts of infusement and different stuff. And the same with wine back in the day. That was infused with so many different things. Okay, so I was kind of tentatively expecting you stick your nose in a spiced mead and you get a shitload of botanicals, like some gins. But no, this is really dialed back. Like, there is some botanically stuff in there, but I can't pick it out. Like, this is really subtle. So there's some spicy stuff in there, but like a little bit of cinnamon. Yeah, I'd say a little bit of cinnamon. Alright, let's find out. Okay. It's not strong botanicals at all. It's really subtle. And it's not till you swallow it. Like, this is really thin. Like I was saying, this stuff is almost watery. And it's not till you actually swallow it that you actually say, oh, there's some stuff mixed in with this mead. But it doesn't punch you in the face, it's just there. Quite happily sitting around, mingling in with the flavors and just augmenting what's already there. Hard pressed to try and identify it. I want to say time, but it's almost like thyme, rosemary kind of hint. But really subtle. Dried rosemary thyme. There might be some kind of bark. Yeah, it doesn't say. Traditionally served hot, not boiling. Now it's quite a good thing, like if you got a cold or something, like to have, you know, mead, tea. Made Australia, produced by Maxwell Wines. McCarran Vale, 12.5%. Contains sulfites, gluten-free. Oh, that's typical of most wines. That's 12.5 as well. So this says refreshingly light on the palate, subtle apricot honey characteristics fill the mouth, but satisfying, clean finish. Ideally served chilled over ice or refreshed with a mixer. Blah blah blah. I would never mix mead. I like it as it is. So this would definitely be, you know. Bouquet of honey, citrus, plus an added zest from the spices. Oh, here we go. Cinnamon. Yes. Cloves. Now that I've read that, yes, there's definitely and nutmeg. Okay, so that's that wood thing I was getting. So it was up the top where where I should have looked earlier. It was just underneath where they were describing that it's, you know, part of Greek and Viking history, blah blah blah. Okay, so cinnamon, nutmeg, and what was the other one? Cloves. Yeah. Okay. So as soon as I read that word cloves, I can still taste the, but it's like dried cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg. It's not fresh. So I would describe it as getting dried, like the woody nutmeg, the cloves, and that almost, well, I said it was like rosemary. That's the the cinnamon. Oh, I did say cinnamon. It's like all that, but it's dried and then dipped in honey. I like it. I was expecting like a spice rum, like a cheap spice rum, and you know, it's really quite cinnamon or other spice forward, but this is really quite subtle and nicely done. Yeah, you definitely don't need to mix it with something. It's just all day pleasant as it is. Yeah, do it, man. It's like 15 bucks. Just grab this one. Or if you like that, a honey liqueur, grab that. Then you can compare it. Because I like a good honey liqueur. I've got one here from locally that's up the road. It's a honey liqueur. And that's quite nice. But yeah, this is delicious. It's not that thick, gooey, sticky stuff, like I was saying. It's good. Alright, now we'll just have a bit of their normal mead. Dean, how you going, mate? Jeez, must be a bit bloody late for you, eh? I suppose it is weekend. Let's go. Yep, that's good. That's the only criticism I'd have with these maximum meats. They're a bit thin. Like a really good meat should be a little bit thicker and richer. But this is really good bang for the buck value. 12.5%. You can drink it all day. You know, $15. Nothing to lose. try it. Yeah, it did, mate. 1 o'clock. Gone, done. They must have been doing something with the fiber or something, because, yeah, it just completely died in the ass. I had no internet anywhere. It was gone, deaded, KO. I reset the NBN box, the NTD, the bloody wireless, the router, everything, but yeah, it was completely KOA. But it was back in the morning, so that's all good. Were you lurking and watching it some 3 o'clock? Oh, you went out as well? Were you watching where? Jeez, 1 o'clock, this is like 4 o'clock in the morning. For you. Or did you watch the end of the stream? Replay. And so it just went. I was going to write a comment, yeah, the internet cut off, but no one watches. No one's going to sit there and watch 4 hours of me dribbling crap for 4 hours. Hey, dropped put here around 1. I can't decipher that. Dropped put here around 1 AM Eastern Daylight Time. Nah, you lost me there. Dropped out here around 1 AM. Yeah, but 1 AM for you would have been like 9 o'clock for me. Oh, sorry, 11. Yeah, because I dropped out at 1 o'clock, my time. Oh, for you, 1 o'clock. Ah. Yeah, well, that's what happened to me. So it must have been. So who's your ISP? Because I checked my ISP and they didn't have anything going. I checked with NBN Co and they are you on fiber? Because NBN Co had a thing that they were doing. Freaking lights. That they were doing an update maintenance thingy. Yeah, well, I'm with IONet as well, so it must have been IONet network. Well, TPG. So 1 AM your time and 1 AM my time, they dropped out. Yeah, I've been with IONet for like 13 years or some shit. They should give me a medal or some crap for long service. Yeah, we were having a good chat. There was a couple of us in here and we were having a good old chat and I was quite happily trying whiskies. I just finished the Lagavulin 16 and 8-year-old comparison and we're going on to something else. I can't remember what it was now. And that's right, I was talking about the Lefroy quarter cask and the 3 wood. And then it all just died in the ass. It's amazing how we rely on the internet these days, especially since the bloody beer bug. Jesus. Imagine 30 years ago, how miserable it would all be. If we're doing all this lockdown stuff, and especially in the countries that are really locked down, and we didn't have what we have now. No mobile phones, no internet, no PlayStations. Like the 1920s when they had a real epidemic. Pandemic. Okay, so let's try the Glenglasser Torfer, which is 50%. Yeah, BBS. Hell yeah. Dollar. The good old days. They were fun. So let's have a look and see what is with the Torfer. See what's unique about this one, because this is the same ABV. Excuse me. So the evolution is done with what's this say? So we've seen the revival and the evolution. Now we're adding a peated. Oh, so this is peated. So the Torf is peated. Okay, I do remember that because it's an Old Norse word for turf or peat. Nice. Matured in ex-bourbon barrels and weighs in at 20 ppm. Okay, so it's lightly peated. It's done in the traditional way over peat-infused kilns, giving the whiskey a unique flavour. Okay. You've built it up. This better be bloody good. Okay, that's a nice smelling peat. For a Highlander. Yep, I do like the nose on that. It's a lot stronger ABV. That 50% is a lot in your face, a lot more than the Evolution. The Evolution was a lot more rounder. This really kicks in. Yep, that's definitely going straight to my head. Obviously, the temperature here doesn't help. But that peat is quite... Yeah, it's just like the Evolution nose with the honey and the caramel dialed right back. And then just splash peat all over it. Shall we find out what it's like? And since it's Old Norse for peat, skull. Again, the finish after you swallow is a bit thin, but the tail of the finish, same, keeps going, and I think it's going back to being a young expression. Doesn't say how long this stuff's been sitting on the cask. It's nice. It's a nice, rounded, peaty Highlander. Yeah. So I've heard people saying good things about Glenglasser and what they're doing. So the Revival wasn't anything special. The Evolution is a really nice honey caramel. This Torfer is just the Evolution with the peat. Now I've had that first seat, the peat is a lot more subtle. Still quite spiky on the ABV. When it hits you. It doesn't hit you all the time, it's just every now and then you get a good whiff of it. Yeah, that's quite nice. Not the same as the Evolution. I'll add some water. Let that sit for a bit. I can't believe how this is warmed up. Like, I bet this water is actually... Oh, it's still a little bit cool. Temperature we're sitting at, and I reckon that's probably about 34. I think it's an easterly, so that's coming from the mainland. It ain't gonna cool down whatsoever tonight. Oh, it's 33. So I was wrong. And it's an easterly. Only 27% humidity, which is a hell of a lot better than what it's been. So we got to 42.9, so 43 today. Tomorrow is 40. Sunday is 40. So yeah, 33 degrees at pretty much 10 o'clock. That sucks. Okay, that's killed that EBV off. That's a lot better to get your nose right in there. It's dialed everything back. There goes the bloody lights. Ah! So frustrating. And if that was the normal bloody, what's the name, connector joint, I'd expect that. That's the frickin' soldered joint. That's going to do my head in. Okay, so that's dialed back all the flavors other than the peat. Flicker, 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 flicker. The finish is a little... On the beginning of the finish is a little bit more peppery. Yeah, it needs more age. So annoying. Totally just a dry joint, but you guys still with me? Give it a refresh. Yeah, stream seems to be working alright. Yep, yep. Yep, you still there? Okay, cool. Yeah, I wouldn't mind exploring this a bit more with some decent age statement on it. Like, I reckon a 10 or a 12-year-old. This would be quite interesting. Or even if it's an NAS, but just a couple more years. Just to get a bit more of that oak. Yeah, it's a bit thin now they've added the water. Which is strange because it's non-chill filtered, natural coloured, 50% ABV. I just don't think it's had enough time. Can't really see anything about the age. Full-bodied, succulent delivery of toasted barley, hints of fruit, superb slathering of sweet peat, melts in your mouth with zero heat. Yeah, I'd agree with all that, but yeah, it's a little thin. Okay, so we got Now we've got a 10-year-old. So the Glenglasser 10-year-old Alatikio SC, whatever the hell that is. So it's probably select cask. 54.3%. So let's have a look at that, see what they say. So this might be a good indication of what it actually is on a bit of cask. So this is the first actual age stated one. Can't pronounce that for shit. 160 bucks, 155 bucks. So around 160 odd dollars. What does it say? Give me a description of what the hell you're doing. Strawberry jam, white chocolate, watermelon, pears, apricots. Okay, so it's just a normal Highland. 54.3. Yep, 54.3. Sat quietly on the edge of the piston race, blah blah blah. It's been solid for more than 20 years. Was reawakened in 2008 and it's still been brought back to life. Yeah, so I knew that. And it's been reopened, exclusive to Australia. They've been bringing in the stuff. Yes. Because I know the whiskey list has put in a whole bunch of the stuff, and that's why, because this is the whiskey list, and they've exclusively been getting a whole bunch of the Glenglasser stuff. Cold coastal maturation, influence of the North Sea, nourishing the whiskey in the cask leads to a deep character and reawakened spirit, blah blah blah. Sea, blah, small batch. Yeah. Lot of advertising. Fluffle. I've lit the lug of an 8. Sit here for almost 30 minutes and it's starting to smell better. Yes. How much are you down the bottle? So I don't reckon you're going to get the best out of that. And I'm reckon the same. I'm not going to get the best out of that until it's halfway down the bottle. I reckon it's one of those that needs to just open up. It's too tight. Okay, so this is their 10-year-old, so this should be a hell of a lot better than those young ones. And that is definitely got some more oak influence on it. Is it saying it's non-chill, non-coloured? I think it is. Oh, it's a wine cask. Can't even pronounce it. So it's Aleatico. So it's Alatikio, Alato, whatever it is. Some fancy bloody word. Wine cask. So it's a specific wine cask. That's why it's got that bloody red tinge. Okay. So it's not going to let me have... It's not going to let me have... You almost finished the neck. Oh, you know, we're near getting down there. Nah. You can't judge it on a neck. You got to get way down there. You need to smash some more. Okay, so this is very wine cask finish. This reminds me of the Green Spot wine cask finish. The Tale of Cake. A lot of the Australian whiskies that are wine finished, because that's the easiest cask to get access to. So I'm a bit bummed about that, because I really want to see what just the Glenglasser malt is like on a normal boring American oak cask. See what is actually going to come out, but this has been wine finished, so that's a bit of a shame. That's probably going to be good, but not a good indication of what Glenglasser is like. But saying that, what they're doing with the evolution and the torfa, I'm quite keen to see what they're like with a bit of age. This smells great. No, it's still thin on the finish. Like you get this ABV, as soon as he's put it in your mouth, you're like, oh, that's going to be hot, and then bang, it's gone. It's not there, and it's quite sweet, wine finishy kind of flavor. Then the finish disappears, and then the tail just comes in again. It's the whole four of them have been exactly the same with the finish. It's just this gap. It's weird. That smelled like pork. Mmm. Yep. It smells like a good sherry fortified wine. Sherry port. Nice mature cask. I have no idea anything about this grape. I have to ask my wine friends. But I do like the smell. It's very, yeah, it's very Port Sultanery smell. It smells good. Wow. You need to get some friends around to get that bottle down a bit, Nige. If you're still only at the neck, that's... How do you spell what you're drinking? So it's Glenglassaugh. So Glenglassaugh. Glenglassaugh. And then the one finish is Aleatico. Glenglassaugh Aleatico. I shall... copy and paste in the chat since we have the technology. And that is what I'm drinking. Now, wine cast finished stuff, like what they do with the Australian stuff, is nice, but it really just covers up a lot of the characteristics of a distillery. Unless it's done well to augment what's there. This, I feel, just covers it up. Because I'm just getting all those awesome fortified wine, raisins, you know, subtle port sherry kind of noses. Which are freaking divine, but I'm not getting Glenglassaugh. As soon as you put it in your mouth, ooh, well, that's not bad. That was like that red confectionery that comes in a string, that stuff. But as soon as you put it in your mouth, it's like you think it's going to be a hot ABV, but it's kind of just warming, and it quickly dissipates. It's quite sweet, you know, dessert wine finish, and then that little hole, and then that little bit of oak and dried sultana kind of finish just keeps going on. Yeah, this is definitely one to put a pin in. You know, in a few years, see what they come out with. Because 2008, they haven't been around since they revamped the distillery. Haven't been around for much, so... I mean, this is... all of these have a lot of potential. And I saved all these to last because I've heard good things about Glenglassaugh. And I can see what people are talking about. It's like, yep, this could be good. And if they stick to doing decent ABVs, non-chill filtered natural color, because their revival expression obviously is going to be the youngest one of the bunch. It's at 46%. I mean, what more do you want for a cheap NAS reintroduced distillery expression at 46%? Thumbs up to that. And then yeah, the rest of them above 50%, 50 or above. You wouldn't expect a distillery to actually do that, because they want to get as much money recouped back that they can, because it costs a freaking shitload to start up a distillery again, and then you've got all this cask just sitting there not producing any money. And when you start bottling it, you want to get as much out there as you can to try and recoup some costs. So for these guys to be pumping it out at 50%, yeah, that is, yeah, hats off. Yep, so I'm definitely keeping an eye on these guys. I wouldn't rush out to actually buy something from them right now. I want to wait a few years, and then I think it's definitely jump on the bandwagon and grab some. But it could also be one of those ones that all the people that have been exploring these recent expressions that is coming out, they're like, oh yeah, and they'll swallow it up really quick. And I don't know how. I'll grab my book and find out what they're actually, how much they're producing and stuff. It'll be interesting to know. Where are we? Glenglasser. Kinchi, Glengoyle, Glenglasser. So 1875 is when they originally were established. So it was mothballed in 86. 2005, a 22-year-old is released. 2006, a limited editions are released. 1938, 44. So that's why you're getting the 51-year-old and the 40-year-old, because that's back in the old stuff. So in 2008, the distilleries bought 3 bottlings are released. So that's the old stocks. So they're bringing out 21, a 30, and a 40. So that's the old stocks. And then 2009, they're bringing out their new make. So they brought out a 6-month-year-old release. Okay, so 26 and a 20 replaces the 21-year-old, so that's the old stock. A 35, old stock. Visitor Center is inaugurated and Glenglasser Revival is released. So 2012. So if they started doing new make in 2009, so that's exactly a 3-year-old expression they're bringing out. So that's the revival. So for a 3-year-old, holy shit, that is, I didn't realize that revival is a 3-year-old. They must have put old stock in that. There's no way that that's a 3-year-old. Damn, if that is their new stuff, 3 years old, maybe that's what everyone's talking about. Because if that's the case, that is amazing. Wow. Okay. Ben Rick in 2013 buys the distillery, and Glenglasser Evolution and a 30-year-old are released. So that's the Evolution in 13 plus the old stock. Peter Torfer in 2014, as well as 8 different single cask and a Massandra connection, 35 and 41. So that's old stock again. So they brought out 8 different single casks. Second batch of single casks is released. Octaves Classic and Octaves Peated are released. 3 wood finishes are released in 2007. Okay, so that's probably the one I just had. And then batch 3 in the rare cask series and the second release of Octaves are released. So that's probably just the old stock stuff. Okay. It's not easy being known the lesser known third of a trio of distilleries in which the other 2 are cherished by whiskey aficionados. That was the role of Glen Murray before it stepped out of the shadow of Glenmorangie and Ardbeg, and such as the case of Glenglasser. So yeah, some of the reviews that we've done on Glen Murray, which I'm quite for the bang for the buck for those guys. Wow. And they've done a whole big revamp, like it just says here, stepping out of the limelight. So one is that the distillery was closed for more than half of the time since it was opened in 1873. Wow. Not the best prerequisite for building a brand. Secondly, as a consequence of the long time closure, the new owners do not have a large stock of old whiskey to show off to consumers. So, except for a tiny stock of whiskies 30 years or older, the owners had to rely on what they had produced since 2008. This means a core range of no age statement expressions plus spirit filled into octaves, 50-litre casks that allow for a quick maturation. Okay, so that's what they're doing. So they've just got these massive, big, bloody casks that they're just whacking stuff into to try and mature it rapidly as possible. So, yeah, so it might be a 3-year-old spirit, but it's being hyper maturated. So they've got 5-ton porters, cast iron tons, 4 wooden washbacks, 2 stainless steels, fermentation between 51 and 80 hours. Okay. Production is around 800,000 litres. 5% is peated, around 30 ppm. Main part, 95% is filled to be used as single malt, while the rest is sold externally. Okay, so most of it's going to be single malt. 85%. Wow. It's saying the production is around 800,000 litres of pure alcohol, but it's saying the capacity is that's like 1.1 million litres. Oh, okay. So like I said before, the revival is finished in Oloroso. Evolution is matured in American oak, repeated torfa, and then you've got the 30, 40, and 41-year-old. So there's a wood finish from the Port PX Sherry peated Port Peat Virgin Oak. All expressions are an ex-burn cast and we're bottled at 46%. Yeah, definitely interesting. So I can see why people are ranting and raving about these guys, for what they've revamped and what they're bringing out, being so young. This is definitely one to keep an eye on. Very interesting. Cool. I can't believe that revolver is only a 3-year-old. Holy shit, it does not come across as a 3-year-old. It's a lot more mature. It's young, but it's freaking a shitload more than 3 years on the nose and palate. That's that Oloroso cast. It's really helped to and they're doing it in the big octaves. Small cask at 50 litres, the Aussie malts in warmer climate, going bigger, 300 litres to slow maturation. Yep, you totally have to do that in Australia. Yep, you're not wrong at all. They can't do that in the hot states, you know, in the states like in Texas and stuff like that. They can't. They have to do the American casks. But yeah, we can get away with it in Australia. We can do the smaller casks. Oh, sorry, the bigger. Because what is it? $250 for an American cask? And then 300, and then you got the butts, and then the ton. Is it the ton? That's the big one. Because the maximum's 500 litres, isn't it? Remember correctly? Could be mixing all those numbers up, but I think it's 500 litres. Or was it 750? Oh shit, can't remember now. Well, that is... Yep, Glenglass is definitely one to keep an eye on. And that wine cast finish... Ooh, not a good indication of the spirit, but freaking nice wine cast. That's why all the lime burner stuff, well, pretty much all the Australian stuff, it doesn't have an age statement. Because freaking a couple of years in the Australian climate, equivalent to 3-4 times as much in Scotland. I can't remember what Cameron said for lime burners. on average what he does most of his stuff at. I can't remember now. It was less than 10, I know that much. It's definitely less than 10. For most of his stuff. And he's using the Solara for the basic expressions. Yeah, I mix them up. I think it's 750, that's the maximum, if I remember correctly. Because the American cask is 500. I think it's 500. Because the SWA, Scotch Whisky Association, they state that you cannot fill a cask any more than 750 litres, I think. I'd have to double check that. I just did the freaking Whiskey Academy thing 6 months ago. And I had all that information in there. Maybe I should just have a look. Because I've got the... I'll bring out the picture. It's got that stated on there. I'll find it. Where are we? On that drive, Scotch Down Under. We want maturation. It's in one of these. So I can find... And that's not oak. We don't want the oak one. Ah, it's got the Windows default image viewer. I hate that thing. I like the old version. Can we see without? No, I'll have to upload the old version. Hate the new one. It's shit. Expert and cast size. The American Standard Barrel is... That's way off. It's 200 litres. The hogshead is 250. Okay. The butt is 500. Types of cask used. They're the most common. Yeah, so they're the three main common ones. And then obviously you get your quarter cask and all those. What does it say? The Scotch which produces a food of water, blah, 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 blah. Yes, as long as it is under 700 litres. So I had that correct. Yes. So the American Barrel Standard, which is ASB, American Standard Barrels, 200 litres. Then your hogshead is 250. That's typically what your sherry's in. Sherry's hogsheads. Or butt, sorry. Which is 500 litres. So it's those three. ASB, your butt, and your hogshead. So was it 700 or 750? I just said it, didn't I? It was 700, wasn't it? 700. Gonna have to go back and have a look. Course maturation. It's like the fourth one. 700. Yep. So the cask has to be less than 700 litres. Now, have you guys seen the picture? I did it on my Jameson episode. Well, actually, the history of was it on the Jameson episode or the history of Jameson? But the size of that still that they had at Jameson, the old Jameson distillery. Oh my god, that thing was like a house. But I have seen a picture of a cask that was like the size of a house. You could actually, and there was one cask that actually turned it into a dance floor. It was that freaking massive. They turned it into like a dance floor. You could go, literally, you walk inside it, and it's like a dance floor inside. That just boggles my mind. All right, what should we have next? Well, since I've had 41 of these samples, and this is the only one left, we'll just have to kill it. It's the Glenmorangie Quinta Reuben 14-year-old. Now, what I should do is pull out my 12-year-old and compare it, but can't be bothered. So I've got a fresh bottle of the 12 and I've got a fresh bottle of the 14, so I'm going to do that with the comparison episode. This is definitely port. So it's really interesting that they switched from the 12 to the 14. I'm thinking that they were just running out of port butts. And they just needed to, you know, make those casks last a bit longer. So stick them in for a couple of extra years just to try and get the same kind of flavor they were doing. And then just leave the price the same and repackage it and like, yep, you're all good here, here's 14 years and can consider and instead of the 12, you know, it's extra long time. Yeah, I think that's what they're doing, which makes sense because the whole whiskey industry is really having a problem with casks. They're all getting a little bit long on the tooth and trying to get casks these days. Damn, not easy. I don't envy them, that's for sure. As soon as the bigger you get as well, must be so much harder. Like if you're a small little indie guy, you can get away with having some really nice casks and just sit on them for a while. But yeah, as soon as you start getting big, I mean, it smells great. I love the 12, but I've only had one sample of the 14. Don't reckon this is as strong on the nose as the 12. That's great. Yep, that's Glenmorangie Quinta Reuben, alright. I reckon it's a little less than the 12 though, with oomph. Damn, it's good. It's still one of my most favorite, if not the favorite, port cask finish. It's freaking delicious. Like that episode I just put up today with the Aaron, I was really high expectations with that one. And we tried this one the other night, didn't we? Didn't we crack this? Yeah, we did. And I did like this, but this needs to be explored a bit more. And the same with that Aaron. It was so freaking hot when we did that episode. So we really need to revisit it and wait for it to get down the bottle a little bit to see what it's going to do. Because it's 50%, you would expect quite a bit of punch, but it just came too hot. Until we added water and it was amazing. Maybe I should try something new, actually. Now that I've had this. Hey, I will do that, actually. I mean, it's still 33 odd degrees or whatever, but because we had the aircon today, even though this is in the part of the house that doesn't get the aircon, it's not as hot because it's only the first 43-degree day after, you know, some high 30s, so the house hasn't heated up after 5 days of 40s. So it's a good opportunity to drink this that isn't going to taste like bloody battery acid when you first taste it, because it's been so freaking hot. Ugh, can't stop nosing it. Port. I gotta fix my cask too. This temperature keeps leaking at the back. I probably need to drain it and fill it full of some water and just let it swell up. It's just leaking quite a bit. It's not bad, but it's just seeping. And it's been in there 4 or 5 months now, and it's been stinking hot, so it's probably... Like, I'm not going to be able to drink what's in there. It's such a charred cask, or toasted cask. I think it's going to be quite bleh. But it'll be nicely seasoned. You've only had the 10. Well, anything you get from Glenmorangie, they're bloody good. Yeah, it probably is just too bloody hot for it. It just can't handle it. It's leaking everywhere. Yeah, the Quinta Reuben, the Tailor Cake. What kind of whiskies do you like? You got the Nectar d'Or, the La Santa, and then I've got the Balcata, is delicious. I've got the normal 10, the 14 Quinta Reuben, 12 Quinta Reuben, the Tailor Cake. What's the other one I tried recently? I haven't tried that red box one. Oh, I can't remember the name of it. I think it was only travel only exclusive. But one of our guys from the whiskey club, he had it. He got it by mistake and it actually was really damn nice. I haven't had a bad Glenmorangie. They're all freaking good. Yeah, if you like the 10. Because pretty much every expression of Glenmorangie is the 10 as the base, and then matured and whatever. And Glenmorangie are the ones that really have revolutionized the Scotch whiskey industry in doing finishes. They have really pushed it ahead and stepped up all the other distilleries to actually say, okay, these guys are doing some pretty cool stuff. We may need to investigate this and actually experiment some. Because, yeah, they've been doing it really well for a long time. They were the first ones to start doing it. And they do Ardbeg as well. What more do you want? Yeah, because they do the Saltern cast. So many. So just go to your local bottler, have a look at all their Glenmorangies. I mean, let's have a look. Glenmorangie. The amount of expressions that they frickin' do. Altar, yes. That's delicious. The Nectar d'Or, yes. Signet, yes. I've had that. They're all bloody good. Where's the one that I'm trying to think of that I haven't tried yet? Can't think of. Cameron Hennessy owns them. And after reading about Hennessy cognac today, about what they actually do in most of the most common cognacs, not impressed. Tailor Cake. Oh, there's a Truffle Oak Reserve. The Signet? Yes, Signet. That's really rich. It's quite nice. Yeah, the Nectar d'Or is awesome. Yeah, so the Signet is an unusual piece of work where 20% of the core range is made using chocolate malt, which is really overdone malting. Series of Bolting, Sonata PX, private editions, the Altar, which is the old wild yeast, Elementa, Grand Vintage. Yeah, so the Tailor Cake is using a finish of Tokaji wine cask, and it's freaking tasty. The Tain, yeah, I think I've tried that one. Can't find the name of the other one. But yeah, they get a double page spread in the malt whiskey yearbook, because I got so many. Oh, here we go, next page. Dutac, that's it, that's the one. Yeah, so the Two Sail, I haven't tried that one, but the Dutac, that was delicious. That's what he brought along by mistake, and we all went, wow, this is amazing. Yeah, I've never had a bad Glenmorangie. They're all good. They are all very good. Okay, I need some water. So that's dead. I've killed them all. Grab my box. See if I can fit him in here. Hopefully they do a couple more tasting packs like this, because that was a great tasting pack. I mean, look at that. There's 42 different bloody tastings in there. Great stuff. Alright, let's try some of this iron. Hopefully it's not like rocket fuel. Now they've had that Quinta Reuben, it'll be quite interesting to see. Like, the stuff that Aaron is doing. Wow. They are kicking you out of the park. I'm super keen once Larg gets really running. And they're pumping out their peated stuff. And they're experimenting with all those different strains of yeast and different peas. That's going to be lots of fun to explore. Excuse me. Hopefully this year they bring out the 14-year-old again. But just the RM10. Oh, bang for the buck. Awesome dram. Gotta get some. You're drinking the RM10 right now. You lucky bugger. I wish I had some. I've only had samples of the RM10 and freaking love it. Yep. Have you got the old packaging or the new packaging? I like the new packaging. It's clean and sleek. I'm jealous. This is pretty damn good though. Right. Let's see if it's like what we had on that taste. Night and day. I mean, it is not like lukewarm tea. That ABV is definitely not there from what we tasted it. We need to do a revisit of this very quickly, because that is night and day. Wow. This is so much better. I'm glad I gave it a 9, a 10 out of 9, because I'm sticking with that. Yep. This is so much better now. It's not stinking hot. We need to do that episode, because it really makes a difference. I mean, just trying this now, I'm gobsmacked. The amount of difference from this, from that. Have you guys watched that episode? You got the Aaron 10 for the Whiskey Club. When did they bring out the Aaron 10? Holy shit. Was that ages ago? It must have been ages ago. Because I don't remember an Aaron 10 coming out through the Whiskey Club. I would have bought it. I would have doubled up on that. That must have been like 2 years ago. No, it can't be, because that's the new packaging. Yeah, you got me confused now. Like that 50% ABV is just not there. It is nowhere to be seen. This is... Like, if this is what I was tasting when we did that episode, I would give this a 9.5. I mean, that's Quentin Rubin status. For me, personally, because I love my 20 port. This... Ooh, this is good. Oh yeah. It's not sickly rich. It's just perfectly balanced port. I mean, it's Portuguese tawny port. I mean, oh, what more do you want? %, non-chip filtered, natural coloured. Okay, I think I'm falling in love now. Hopefully it's not me being after a few drams, because it's not the Whiskey Club. Yeah, because you got me, because I definitely would have bought a few bottles of that. I would have bought extras. Because I've been with them for a couple of years now, and yeah, I don't remember an hour and 10. I mean, ages ago. Whiskey and Drams. Dreams. Whiskey and Dreams. Are they the guys that just brought out that video I saw on Roy Akavite's channel this morning? Where they did the song against They Didn't Start the Fire. And they did the history of whiskey. If you guys haven't seen that, I'll put it up in the Discord. Oh my god, it's so good. Roy posted it in his channel this morning. So well done. Yep, this doesn't have that punch of that ABV that was like gasoline in your face. Online sales, yep. This is just throughout the whole approach, palate development. We swallow it, the finish, like the long palate finish. It's constantly there, and it's not high and low. It's just casually just going along. Wow. I want more. I haven't added water yet. I'm chuffed that I gave it 9, because when I was editing that video and finishing it off today, I was like, maybe I shouldn't have given that 9. That's pretty damn high. When we all said that without the water it was kind of there, but I did like it with the water. But now that this is not bloody gasoline temperature, the nose is just... And it's 50%. And I'm shoving my nose right in there, and it's not biting at all. Whereas, you know, those samples I had earlier, they were quite prickly and bitey. This is just like, oh. Oh, okay. Okay. Yep. That just sounds familiar. I hope we get a lot more virtual tastings this year. No matter what happens with the beer bug, they need to keep that virtual stuff going. Back in a bit. Cheers, Nudge. Oh my god. This is nudging at the heels of my Quinta Rubin. Right, I'm gonna sit that there for a second and just let it open up a bit, but I can't stop shoving it in my face. Wow. Can you shove some of that 10 through the interwebs? Because I want to drink some of that 10. I like that 10. I'm eyeballing an 18 at the moment. I'm thinking about whether I want to pull the trigger. I mean, can't get the 14, but just Aaron. God damn it. I mean, Aaron 10-year-old, Ralphie's Bottle of the Year, Roy for Macavite, he's Distillery of the Year. What more do you want? This one is the port finish. So it's the episode I put up on the channel today. So this is 50% ABV, non-chip filtered, natural coloured, and it's using Portuguese 20 port. And on our episode, Scotty and Cuball, they both gave it around 8.5 or something like that. Because when we tasted it last week, it was friggin' stinking hot. And it was when we were doing it here, it was so friggin' hot because it was like the 4th day of 40-degree days. So the whole house was just radiating a friggin' oven. Today it was 43 degrees, but the last couple of days have been quite cool. In the high, like 38, 36 kind of temperatures. So the house has been able to cool down for a couple of days. So today was the first hot day again, so the house hasn't completely heated up. So the liquid, when we had this dram, was hot. And the 50% just smacked you in the face. And we all got hit by that. And then when we added the water, it really changed it and was really quite nice. But that really cut it back for all of us. And I tentatively gave it a 9 because with the water, I really liked what it was bringing. But now that I've had it now, that it's still hot, but it's not hot in the glass. This comes across beautifully, really pleasant. Palate all the way through, the nose, the finish, everything about it is really nice. And there's none of that hot ABV 50% kicking in the face. So I'm really keen to explore this a bit further, and we need to hit this again quickly when it's not hot, because wow. And I doubted that it's me just dribbling crap, because, you know, I've had a few drams, but I'm still sober as, and wow, this is coming across a lot better than when we had it when it was just hot in our face, because the temperature of the liquid is not hot. And it makes sense. If the liquid in the glass is really hot, it's just going to be oxidizing so rapidly. All that ABV alcohol is going to be just flowing out of there. And that's what was happening when we toasted it. And when we added the water, it dialed that back a little bit, even though it was still the room temperature water. But I haven't added the water to this yet, and it's really bloody good. So yeah, judging it on this, I'm giving this a 9.5. If not more. God damn. Yeah, this it's got everything going in there. It's like a bit of hay and barley and that tawny port. And it's not subtle, but it's not strong. It's just really well at the right level where you want it. It's like just enough to be quite enticing and inviting, but not enough to be like too sickly sweet. Because some, like the 12-year-old Quinta Rubin can be quite thick and almost sickly at times, depending on your mood. I find it quite rich. The 14 wasn't like that. Okay, so I've added a little bit of water. Okay, so that brought in, I wouldn't say it's ABV, it's more heat and a little bit of pepper, but then that finish comes in. So this is the opposite of what we did in our review. So with the review, we liked it with the water. Now I'm thinking, no, I like this neat, because with the water, this is a bit more jumpy. Like it's a bit hotter when you swallow it, and then it comes back to where it was. So I think I prefer, I'm gonna have to go in for another taste just to double check, but I'm thinking this neat at the 50% ABV without the water is actually better. So that's a complete contradiction of what we just did with the review. Now this is what I like to hear. This means that this has development and complexity, and it's not a one-shot pony. I'm digging this. Because I was disappointed. I was really excited for this because I know how good Aaron is. And when I first tried it, we were quite disappointed. But when we added the water, it really brought it back. But now, I'm falling in love. And it's 115 bucks. No. I think it's got more port than the 10. Meaning, like the Quinta Rubin is a 10-year-old. I mean, it's the 10-year-old Glenmorangie, and then it's finished in the 2 years for the 12, or the 4 for the 14. I think this is less than 10 years, typical Aaron, and a bit more finished in the Portuguese 20 ports. That's what I'm guessing. Don't quote me on that, but I'm thinking as much. This is an NAS, so I'm thinking it's less than the 10, which would make sense. Interesting. Because it, you know, I don't think if it was the 10 and then put into 20 port, you can do it at 115 bucks. So how much is the 10? That's like 90 bucks. Like I had the Lockhansa Reserve. It was meh. But the 10 I really like. And I'm definitely going in for another thing. Cool. I can't believe how this is completely contradiction with that episode we just put up. Like, I prefer this without the water. Like on the nose, the 20 port is a lot subtler. It's got more of that Aaron characteristic of the malt. But as soon as you swallow, it's hotter. And then the 20 port comes through, but it's a lot subtle. Yeah, 90. That's what I thought. Yeah, so I don't think they'd be able to do it. If it was the normal 10-year-old and then, like the Glenmorangie, a couple of years or even 6 months on the 20 port casks. For them to be getting Portuguese 20 port casks would not be cheap. So, yeah, I doubt it. I reckon this is young Aaron, then finished. But saying that, it doesn't come across as young. from what I'm having now. Yeah, this neat pour just... I'm gonna have to send this to the guys and tell them, like, holy shit, this is completely different. Like, I just got a little bit of the ABV then, but it wasn't, like, I didn't have to pull my glass down. It wasn't spiky. It wasn't stabbing me. It was there, but it was like, it's tickling. It's like, do I need to pull it out? No, it's all good. It's all good. It's just enough there to let you know. I can still shove my nose in there, and it's just that 20 port finish. Yep, I prefer it without the water. Like, it's still got that little bit of hot ABV when you swallow it, but it's so subtle. And that richness of that port is coming through. And the finish is nice and thick. I like it. This is definitely a 9.5er. I'm pushing up my review to 9.5. Okay, I'm happy now, because I was a little bit worried because they were saying 8.5, and I'm like, no, I like it. It's 9. And now I'm really happy because I'm thinking 9.5 at least. Because this ticks all the boxes. 50% non-chill filter, natural color, 110 or 115 bucks. And I'm partial to podcast, but wow, 115 bucks for all that. And really, I'm gonna have to look at some other reviews, I think, to see if I'm not delusional. But because every time I look at a whiskey like that and you think, wow, this is amazing, this is great, and then look at other people's reviews and some people go, wow, this is good. But welcome back, Nige. Yeah, I'm in love with this stuff now. Did you watch? Oh, you probably haven't. So when you get a chance, watch the review I just put up today with this dram and what we said about it, and then what I've experienced tonight. Even though it's a stinking hot day, but the house hasn't heated up yet. Give me a couple of days and it will have, but wow, I'm chuffed with this. Yeah, I mean, all the other ones that we've done have been like, we've been sweating a lot when it's been hot, because we started the channel in February, so we're almost coming up to our birthday. And all the other ones, it was just more humidity than actual heat. But this one was fucking hot. And the liquid was actually hot in the glass, and that, like, it threw Scotty off. It was actually really throwing me off when I sipped it. I'm like, wow, this is actually, it's like hot toddy. So that was interesting. That's the only time we've ever had that happen. And now I'm having it now at a reasonable temperature. It's not hot on the palate, on the mouthfeel. It's really damn tasty. So I don't think we have to go back and visit any others, because this is the first time we've had that actual experience. But we definitely need to come back and revisit this now that it's not hot. Because I'm freaking loving it. This is the third dram I've had just now, so that's saying something. I can't stop putting it down. And every mouthful I'm having, I'm like, yep, that's good. And it's got a bit of everything. Like, you think for a split second there, oh, that's right. No, it's sweet. No, it's right. It's sweet. It's so well balanced. Like the ABV is there, but it's not. It's 50%. It's not kicking you like when we had it when it was hot. It really kicked us. Because we just got the poof in our face. Yeah, well, that's what we said in the episode. Like, we wanted to put... We immediately all said, we need to chill this down. Put water into it. Do something to it, because it was just too freaking hot. Not hot ABV, but hot as in temperature. And we all said that. And as soon as we add the water, we all liked it. So that must have just diluted it enough to get rid of that ABV kickiness. And all those actual characteristics come through. But now, this is really interesting, the contradiction. That glass that I just had before this one I poured, when I added the water, I didn't like it. Whereas the episode we did, I really liked it with the water. But now, I'm preferring it neat. I don't want to add any water now, because I like the sensations and palate and taste I'm getting out of it without the water. So that is really freaking interesting. Yeah, it was so hot. We should have been drinking... I don't know what frozen freaking ice blocks. I don't think a highball would even cut it. That was not very good. That was warm. Kimberly cool. Let it sat for too long. That wasn't that pleasant at all. Blech. Like, it's probably still bloody 32 degrees right now. Let's have a look. I'm thinking it is. Low 30s. Any guesses without looking? Quick. Let's have a look. I guess. Man, that beer was horrible. Blah. Like you would have seen, if you've seen that episode, it's just sweat pouring off us. It was so horrible. As soon as we finished the episode, we just went straight outside to try and cool off. It was like that for a whole week. Because we had 40 degrees every freaking day. And the aircon died, so the house just turned into an oven. And we recorded episodes because I had none to... 27, you're thinking. Okay, what do you reckon, Notch? So I've got the temperature in front of me. So should I say Morgan or Mr. Jern? Okay, so you're thinking 25. Well, you're both way off. It's 32.6. 11 o'clock at night. 27% humidity. You're still 17. Okay. So yeah. 32.6 right now. Now in here, the aircon doesn't hit here whatsoever. I would tentatively guess say it's 20, high 20s, 29, 28 maybe. Yeah, you got 67. We would have 80% if it wasn't an easterly kicking in right now. If we had the normal southerly right now, we would be around 80% humidity, 70s, 80s. We're currently only at 27% humidity, so it's just hot. It's not superhuman, so fan is actually quite nice. I've got a fan blowing on me right now. I'd be dying if I didn't have that right now. The aircon up at the other end of the house is still blasting. But the whiskey is not hot, so I'm happy. It heated my beer up, but the whiskey's not hot. So you're currently 13.4. Can we swap? Can we swap a little bit? You lucky bugger. And we're currently 40-kilometer winds, by the way, too, with gusts around 50. And that's an easterly wind, so it's a hot wind. So I think it was the second year I moved up here to Geraldton. And I think it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, one night. It was 38 degrees at 2 o'clock in the morning. And I went, nah. This place is fucked. 38 degrees at 2 o'clock in the morning. I remember one night a few years back, went with a mate storm chasing. We were driving up to where a cyclone had hit. Up Newman Way. And we left here, because we're on the coast, and we were heading inland to head up. And the more we headed in, the hotter and hotter it got. So it got up to the high 30s as we were driving at some stupid hour in the morning. Like twilight hour. Not even twilight, just, you know, 2, 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Because when we got to Newman, sun was just starting to come up. It's freaking ridiculous. We got out of the car and it was just hot, and we were just watching the temperature rise as we were driving. It's freaking insane. So yeah, it's pretty much 33 degrees right now. Yeah, 11 o'clock at night. So I'm happy with 33. I mean, I can't sleep in this temperature. We've got the aircon going, so hopefully the other hand of the house is nice and cool. We've had it going all day. Otherwise, there's no way in living hell I'd be able to sleep. It's got to be below 25, otherwise I can't sleep. Can't stop picking this up and nosing it. Excuse me. Hot beer. So what do you guys have in your glass right now? So I know you had the Aaron 10 and Nige had the Lagavulin 8. What are you guys sipping on now? On this fine, stinking hot for me Friday evening. Still the Lagavulin 8. And you've only got past the neck. Come on, Nige, you got to smash it more. Like, this is only the second time I've had this, and I'm way down to the shoulder. Admittedly, 2 other guys have had a little sip of it, but you got to smash it more. Because once you get down to here is when it starts opening up. You can't judge it on this bit. And some drams, it's rare, but some drams, this is the best bit, and then it goes meh. But majority, I would say 95, if not more, when it gets down to here is when it starts to really develop. So I'm getting a bit more grassy notes now. Now I'll let this open up a little bit. It's still got that lovely port finish. It's just so good. Sultanas. I love sultanas. I love port. It's my happy space. Other than that, port, peat, sherry. I love them all. It's like a lot of people have their own niches. They're like, I like sherry casks. I like port. I like peat. I like it all. I can't pick one genre. I like them all. And my palette hasn't really shifted. It hasn't been like, okay, I'm going down this way and I'm going this way. No, I like them all. I want them all. Like, I can go to a port, I can go to a peat, I can go to a wine, I can go to all of them, and I'm happy. Alright, so I have one more sip of this and then I'll add some water and see if it's been that flip, 180 flip from what we did with the review. Yeah, that's just great. As soon as you spot it, you get that ABV, it's coming in and it's like, no, it's not going to be offensive. And then just comes into that sweet, lovely, sugared sultana tawny port finish. And it still goes. Perfectly balanced. But with the water, it's the complete opposite of what we did. Because the hot one was shit. It was too hot, ABV wise. We had a weird journey tonight. Started in the US, Makers 46. There's fucking nothing wrong with Makers 46. That's a bloody good drop. Then the Long Branch. Nice. That's a good one as well. That was looking at the YouTubes and I flagged Ralph Fiennes, Aaron 10 and grabbed that. Yes. So what are you on now? Are you still on there on 10? I'm thinking I want to go to Peatland now. And I'm probably thinking, at the top of my head, what have I got? Actually, something I haven't had for a while. It's Kalila 12. I'm going to go Kalila 12. I need to get some bourbons in here. I've got no decent bourbon. I got cheap nasty shit, but I haven't got any good stuff. Like, I want to get a 46, a Maker's 46. Obviously some Eagle Rare. Some Valentine's. I want to get some bourbons. I need to. Oh, now I'm thinking about rum. Chopping all over the place. That freaking wind. Oh, what's the wind doing? It's blowing. I'm thinking about 50 kilometers an hour. Wind-wise. Let's have a look. And it's a freaking easterly too, which sucks. Wind. Oh no, it's only around 30-ish. But every now and then we get a pretty strong gust. You got Bookers. Nice. Yep. Nothing wrong with Bookers. Which Bookers? I better put this away before I keep drinking it because I'm really enjoying this. And this is the one where I've added water. I did add water, didn't I? Make sure I'm not going senile. I did add water, yes. Damn sure I did. I'm second guessing myself. I did add water. Come on. Let me know I'm not going the same. I had some Bookers ages ago. Oh, so you're not on Bookers now. Yeah, I did add water. This smells different. soon as you swallow, it's hotter. I don't like it with the water. No, not a fan with the water. Wow, that's complete 150 from what we... Oh, sorry, 180 from what we did. I'm thinking the ABV 50. That's a complete flip. And I've done this twice now. Yep, that's amazing. I did. I thought I did. As much as I want to, I'm not refilling. Gonna call it the evening, 2 AM. I was gonna say, it's pretty bloody early in the morning for over in Victoria. Yep. Thanks for joining us on the Dribbling Drams. I'll see you next time. Cheers. No, not a fan with the water. That one wasn't as hot with the ABV and when you swallow it, but it just dialed back. The port finish just really just went bleh. It's not there. It hints, but it's not there. No, that is really bizarre. That's going to be the next episode we're going to film. A revisit of this one straight up. Because that... And like Scotty said, he wanted to explore... Like, you guys haven't watched it yet, but we actually were talking about... When a whiskey is distilled, if it's in a hot climate, does that actually make an influence when you drink it in a hot climate? That's a question I've never heard answered. Does it make a difference? So if it's distilled and matured in a hot climate, when you drink it in a hot climate, does it make any difference? I'm thinking probably not, because it really depends on the temperature of the liquid when you're drinking it. So typically, like right now in Scotland, you would have to warm up the glass because it's freaking freezing over there right now to get any flavor. So when people, you know, they have it always on rocks and ice, they're really chilling and killing all the flavors and aromas in the glass. But when it gets too hot, when all the alcohol just spews out quite rapidly, that's detrimental. So what is the range of temperature that is optimal for drinking whiskey? I have never really heard. I know wine has the optimum because that's what Cuba was talking about. There's an optimal range for whether it's a red or a white of what range you should be drinking it at, but I've never heard anyone actually talk about that in whiskey. Probably because the majority is still within a good range, whereas the extremes like in Austin, Texas, and just Texas in general, Arizona, and here in Australia, they're going into major extremes. And then in the cold climates, that's quite interesting. Bloody cold, as in bloody cold is bad or bloody cold is good? I've been watching a couple of the Irish whiskey guys, whiskey tuber guys. Cold is good. No, cold is not good. It kills everything. It's good for a cheap whiskey because it just gets rid of all the harshness. But cold destroys all the flavor and aroma in a whiskey. It's like if you're putting ice on it and you're chilling it, it kills everything. It dulls it right down and you just get the base characteristics of generic whiskey flavor. You don't get any of the cool, you know, yeast maturation, just distillation characteristics come through, it kills the whole lot. You want to warm it up, if anything, but not to the point like we had with that experience with the Arran, where it's too hot. So that is a really cool thing. I really want to know what is the optimal range, and does it have an influence of when it's distilled, where it's distilled, and what temperature? Because it's a percentage where you know, it's a finite amount of where alcohol actually turns into a gaseous thing and then condenses. Like, all that is a set amount, but when it matures, and it's pretty complex, because you've got the humidity, the temperature in the cask, and where it's stored, how much is it oxidizing, how much is the angel share, and then when you're drinking it, how much is going with the humidity levels. Oh, it'd be cool to explore. Cold is good. Well, it can't be too cold, because then alcohol won't turn into a gaseous form enough. So it's got to be heated. I can't remember what the actual temperature is, where you actually need to boil it up so that the alcohol turns into gas. Can't remember what it is. Sucks having a shitty memory. Alright, what are we drinking next? Oh, that's right. I was going to have PX, guys, wasn't I? Let's go to Lefroy PX. So we'll put Mr. Wharf over there. Glass over there, a smidgy. One liter bottle. I think it's interesting. We need to explore it. It always boggles my mind how the sensation, like when you're so used to a 700ml bottle, when you pick up a liter, it just feels so weird. Because you get so used to the shape and the size and the weight. Don't need to rinse this because it's peat. %. You'd like this one, Nigel. You would definitely like this. The best temperature for barrel aging whiskey and evade it from disintegration and loss of its unique flavor. Yeah, that's it. But it's a really expert to recommend mild temperature about 15 to 20 degrees Celsius and no more than a 4-degree temperature fluctuation. Is that for maturation or for drinking? That's barrel aging, yeah? And that's what it is in Scotland. That's the kind of temperature you're dealing with. And that's why in America, it's really, really young maturation. And even in Australia, when it comes to aging your whiskies, because the fluctuations in the temperatures and the extents of the temperatures are so dramatic compared to what you have in Scotland. Yeah, exactly. But does that influence when you're drinking it? So now it's starting to get bloody humid. I'm starting to perspire. Maybe it's just the alcohol oozing out of my pores. But yeah, it's still 32 degrees. .3, so it's dropped a little bit, but the humidity is still 27. So that's probably just me oozing alcohol vapors. Angel share. God, imagine if I didn't have this fan, man. I would have died by now. Yeah, you would like this. Hmm. Best time to drink whiskey is when you're feeling cold. I've never heard of that. I mean, a lot of people will have the thing of like, especially in Scotland stuff, when it's during winter, you have a whiskey so it makes you feel warm. It actually doesn't. Alcohol actually makes you colder. I mean, we've all grown up with the Saint Bernard, with the whiskey barrel, you know, for someone who's stranded out in the snow, and you give them whiskey because it makes them feel better and stuff like that. It does the opposite. But because of the high ABV, you get that warming sensation when you swallow it. But it doesn't cause you to actually feel warmer. It's only the sensation of the high ABV that gives you your mind trick saying, okay, that's warm, but it's not. It's just your taste buds in your mouth getting hammered with ABV and reacting saying, ah, you're poisoning me. Oh, sorry, brandy. Yes, you're right. You're right. But yeah, alcohol's the worst thing to have when you're cold. Yeah, don't see that too much these days. Like when we were kids, you'd see it all the time. Cartoons and stuff. Saint Bernard carrying the old banded barrel around its bloody neck. But yeah, alcohol is not the thing you want to happen. It might feel good, but it's actually making it colder. Still, if I was dying from hypothermia, I think a good dram would be the way to go. You're not freaking wrong, bro. You're not freaking wrong. That's why I don't watch it. When Samuel's sitting there watching some cartoons and I'm looking at it going, oh my god, this is so bad. We don't get any good stuff anymore. There's an occasional one here and there, but like Shaun the Sheep's not a cartoon, but that's freaking awesome. And what's something else? Oh, Bluey. Bluey's good. I mean, that's Aussie. That's taking the world by storm. Bluey's good. The one with, like, these are just kids shows, but yeah, cartoons. I haven't seen any decent cartoons in a long time. I mean, what's the one with the friggin' the lady beetle with Gaston and like fairies, and then you got the other guys, and they're, I can't remember the name of the Ben and Holly's something or other. That's not too bad, especially when, what's her name, Auntie whatever her name, and the phone rings and her head vibrates. I mean, that's funny. That's a problem when you know, you got a young lad and he's watching all this shit. Like, hey Dougie, that's fun. But yeah, there's nothing like when we were kids, that's for sure. We certainly had good stuff. I mean, just good old Looney Tunes. What is as its optimum taste is at temperature 15 to 18 degrees Celsius? Yeah, that is the question. What is the optimum drinking whiskey? And I think it's actually dependent on the ABV as well. That's the thing, like wine has really distinct things depending on the wine, and whether it's a red and a white, of course, or what temperature you should be drinking it at. But whiskey really doesn't have it. Well, probably because, you know, the Northern Hemisphere, Scotland, Europe, they are the majority of the human population. Well, except from the other side, Asia and India. When we're talking whiskey, they're the ones that have been talking about it, promoting it, and drinking it. And their temperature is around that range. Whiskey is at its... Okay, yeah, sorry. Whiskey is at its optimum taste. It is at room temperature between 15 and 18 degrees Celsius. So for me to get to that, there's only like a couple of months in a year to get to that range. So where's that statement from? And that makes sense. I mean, that's similar to wines. I think wine is a little bit lower. Yeah, or go back to Albany. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, cheers to that. Yep. But saying that, on the other side of the coin, having a higher temperature is actually going to bring out all those volatiles more. So you're actually going to nose and taste a lot more of those flavors. Because the colder you get, the more everything gets locked down. So you could say that where I am, I'm experiencing more of those volatile flavors and compounds because they're getting opened up without adding water. There you go. It's an interesting thing to actually explore a lot more. Like I was saying, with Europe and like Scotland and the rest of Europe, they're in this temperate zone where they've got a specific range of temperatures, so they haven't really actually expanded that anymore. But when you go to places like in Texas and Arizona and in Asia, which is really starting to pick up Taiwanese whiskeys and stuff like that, that's a completely different kettle of fish with the humidity and all that kind of stuff. So, and I don't really think people have talked about that much. I mean, I know in Asia, especially in Japan and stuff, highballs is the big thing. They don't really drink whiskeys neat that much. Not sure about Singapore and places, Taiwan. Don't know about that. It's fascinating. I love this kind of stuff. Like, I don't know the specific temperature ranges. I know, 20 and a little bit below is optimal. But that's only from the perspective of coming from, like, Scotland and Europe ranges. But it could be the actual optimal range is a bit higher. Because you're getting those compounds really expanding out. Because when the master distillers are actually tasting and bottling and blending and selecting casks, they're doing it around that, sub 20 degree range. That's really fascinating, and that's something I might have to ask a distiller in my next live sessions with someone. That's a really good, yeah, that's interesting. It might be interesting to actually, yeah. So if you got some master distillers from Scotland and the US, how would they view that range of temperatures? And that's it, depending on the type of whiskey as well. That's a fascinating subject. Whereas, you know, down in Albany, it's very similar to Scotland kind of temperament. That's why, you know, I'm white as white can be. That's really interesting. I love how amazing this little stuff is. When you can dive into the science and, you know, all the nuances of this stuff. It's just freaking amazing. So many people just have absolutely no idea how cool this stuff is. And that's something I learned about cognac this morning. I posted that thing in Discord about, you know, you can add Boise to your cognac, but I'm going to have to kill you. I didn't even know what Boise was. And now I know what it actually is. I'm like, wow. That's really put a downer on me buying a bunch of cognacs. Because I don't really want that Boise influence. Even though it's quite traditional. It's been done for a long time. That's not something I really want to experience. So now I have to try and find cognacs and really research them and find them without any Boise 150A coloring and, you know, added sugars and all that kind of stuff. That's another rabbit hole I need to fall down. And it's the same with rums. You know, a lot of them are molasses, not just pure sugarcane. And then obviously when you're talking about tequilas, it's the same thing. You fall down that rabbit hole. Is it pure agave or, you know, mezcal kind of stuff, or is it just the cheap nasty kind of stuff? It's fascinating. It really is. Yep, I gotta find some cognacs without Boise. So I really cringed when I read about that. I'm like, really? That's what they're doing? I can't spend all that money on a high-end cognac if that's what they're doing. That just doesn't gel with me whatsoever. It's like when I buy whiskey, if it's natural colored, non-chill filtered, decent ABV, that's what we want. We don't want this fake shit. And yeah, I don't want to have a cognac that's... But saying that, they've been doing it for a long time and it's kind of common practice, but yeah, it's... Nah, I don't want it. Need to come up here one of these days and have some of this. I was whisking the 6. Like this morning, like Roy Acavita, he did his show, and then the Scotch for Dummies had their show, and it was their whiskey YouTuber celebration for like 5 years, because they haven't been able to do stuff in 5 years. Hey! Hey, Scotch for Dummies there. I'm just talking about you right now. Is that you, Drew? Cheers, mate. I was just talking about you right now, how you had your celebration this morning, and then, because Rob was in there, Whiskey in the Six, and then I saw one of his episodes that popped up talking about cognac, saying, don't buy the generic brand cognacs because they've got Boise in them. And I thought, what the hell is Boise? So I watched his episode and I was researching at the same time. So what they're actually doing... Cheers, Drew. Sláinte, mate. So the Boise is actually grabbing wood, boiling it down. So wood that you would actually put into a cask, they're boiling it down, grabbing that concentrate, boiling the water off it, and then putting that into the cask, which influences the cognac to give it extra maturation type flavors. Plus they add sugars, E150A coloring. So I read that and I went, holy shit, you're going to spend $500-600+ on a really nice XO cognac and you've got all this fake shit in it. No, I can't do it. And that's what Whiskey in the Six was saying. You know, Rob was saying, you know, don't buy Hennessy, don't buy Remy, don't buy all these other ones that are just generic kind of ones because they do all this stuff. But also reading that, it's been going on for a long time. It's really traditional. This is what they've been doing. You know, don't point your nose at it, but it's fake. I want the pure essence of the spirit. Yep, Nightbot. Good old Nightbot. Eric was, when he said he had the restraining order against him, I laughed my head off when I read that. So it's going to be, what is it? Midday for you right now on a Friday? Yeah, because it's almost Saturday for me, so it's Friday morning for you and you're working. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Nige. Have you actually heard about that? Boise. So just search Boise. So B-O-I-S-E. 10:36 a.m. Yep. Early morning. That was a freaking great show last night. Thoroughly enjoyed that. How did the after show go? Did it go on way past your normal timings? I was actually tempted to just chuck in the old Patreon and jump in, but I had to work, so I couldn't do it. Because it was, you know, like this time for you was for me. And I had some work to actually attend to. But I was tempted. 2 hours, yep. I thought as much. Lots of drams had. Lots of laughs, I bet. Would have been a fat time. Yeah, so I caught up on Roy's show. Because I saw the end of it when he did the brain fart. When he did the quiz, so... Because I got up just before 9... No, about 8, sorry. I got up about 8, so he was still going, which I was actually quite surprised, because normally, you know, 2 hours and boom, he's done. But he had to stay up for you guys, which was awesome. So he did the quiz, so I caught the end of that, and then waited a little bit, did the pre-show, and then you guys were on. So it was a freaking great morning, while I was trying to work at the same time. After I was still slightly hungover from the night before, as Nigel can attest. I had 16, 17 drams. Yeah, about that. So I went through some of all my samples I've got through. And then I just finished the Glenglasser samples. You guys had a Glenglasser? I just went through a whole bunch of them. The Revival, the Torfa, the Evolution... and another one. man, they are doing some great stuff. And I didn't even realize that that revival was only 3 years. So they pumped that out at 3 years. It did not come across as a 3-year. That was at least a 6-8 year expression. So much fun. Yeah, totally. We need to do that. Most definitely. And I'm happy to suck it up and do it at some stupid hour, 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock in the morning my time. As long as I don't have to do a shitload of work that day, I reckon we could easily do that. Most definitely. Get a whole bunch of the Aussies on, I reckon. And Phil over in New Zealand, get him over as well. Because he catches most of Roy's broadcast. I see Phil in the chats. God damn, I love this PS, guys. Haven't added water whatsoever. I'm just enjoying it as it is. I had a massive chuckle when you did that episode with the glasses. When Sean was chugging that. Did you get the inspiration for my episode, or did you just pluck that out of the air? With my massive Stein 1 litre glass. I had a massive laugh when you guys did that. I got a really good glass I need to actually do an episode on. Got this one. This glass is awesome. That was all, Sean? Yep. Cheers, Sean. That was freaking wicked. This glass. I really like this one. It's kind of weird to hang on to, but I just love the cuts into it. It's quite a unique little glass. Need to do an episode on that one. What did you have in that? Was that just tea? Like an iced tea or a root beer or something like that? That's what I think it was, because he chugged that down pretty damn well. Like my episode, I actually put Johnny Walker Red Label plus water and food coloring. And I drank some of it afterwards. 1 litre of bloody that crap. And that was an old dusty bottle of... And a cognac producer that doesn't use Boiser. Yeah, there's actually a few of them that actually don't use Boiser. It's just finding the ones that don't. Like all the major brands, they all use Boiser. And it's really turned me off from drinking Hennessy or any of those big major ones. Even though you pay through the ear for it. It's such a shame that they do it. I mean, Armagnac, I think Armagnac does it throughout all their range. And it was actually, yesterday I actually saw something that, like cognac is pot stilled, and Armagnac is actually column stilled. That was quite interesting. So as soon as I read that there was column stilled Armagnac, I'm like, nah. Even though I shouldn't be that biased, because I had some of that West Cork. Yeah, some of the West Cork stuff from Ireland, and that was 66% column still, grain distillery. That was actually amazing. Beautiful flavor. And I actually really want to explore some of the grain distilleries, you know, they're doing the column still stuff, because you can get really old expressions for really good pricing. All right, guys, what am I going to have to drink now? Now that I've hit the PX with the Lefroy, I need to be in Peat Land, so what am I going to have now? Actually, I was going to crack this. Are you still here, Drew? Drew, are you still here? If not, this will call to you. The reason producers do it, however, is because aging grand champagne cognac takes. Exactly. That's what I read as well. Like, for the process of using those grapes that they use for cognac and then putting them in the cask, it takes forever to actually get a decent maturation. But most of them always do Solara casking. So it's quite common to get 40, 50-year-old cognacs because it's just a Solara. So, like, I prefer to pay a bit extra to actually get a decent cognac that isn't artificially flavored using Boise. Oh, look at that. Handwritten. Are you still here, Drew? Or are you bugged out having to work? I've been itching to try this. I haven't cracked it yet. Jesus. That's that really is doctor writing. I can't read that. James A. Methuselah? Yeah, I can't read that. No, I've heard mixed reviews about this. 46.3. 15-year-old Easton. I need some water. Yeah. I just don't like the idea of having artificial augmented flavors added to my spirits. And if it was cheaper, like if you buy a cheap bottle of brandy / cognac, armagnac, and you knew that's what you were getting, like when you buy a cheap whiskey, you know it's got chill filtration, whiskey coloring, and it's blended to the 9th degree and all that jazz. You expect that. But when you're spending a shitload of money, you don't want that crap. You want the best experience you can get. And they're probably just stuck in their ways and they're not going to be able to... Man, I can understand it takes forever to mature those casks. Like I did read somewhere today that they're saying even a 50-year-old cognac, if it's done naturally, still tastes really, really young. If that's the case, then do something else. Don't do fucking cognac. Because if it takes that long to mature it, then there really isn't much point. If you have to fake it to actually make it taste good, then what's the point of doing it? There's really no point. You need to go down some other road. There's no real point. You're smacking your head against a bloody brick wall. That's what I reckon anyway. Because I don't want to pay for fake shit. Even if it might be steeped in tradition. But if it's been going on for that long, that means, it's like doing something for the 5th time and still coming with the same result. That's the definition of stupidity. Any Springbank 12.561%. Oh, sorry. Springbank 12, 56.1% spotted. Ooh, I wish. So Drew must have bugged out. Because I was going to crack this if Drew was on stream. Come on, Drew. Am I going to pop this? Are you on stream? I'll message you. What time is it? No, it's not even midnight. That's all good. Alright, just send him a message. If you're not busy and you pop back in, I'm gonna pop my first ever Deanston. See if he comes back. So we had nothing but good things about Deanston, like the Deanston 12, the 15. Well, this is the 15, but what is it? The other one? I can't remember the name of it. There's a whole bunch of them. But Deanston, Drew loves this stuff. He's got quite a few bottles. It's one of his favourites. What are you sipping, Nige? You still with us? Definitely got to re-solder that bloody joint tomorrow. Glendronach 12. Bloody good choice. Bloody good choice. It makes good pop. Deanston. Maybe I should just pop this and have it anyway. I've been itching. I guess it's been long enough since I've had this. I'll wait a couple of minutes. Springbank 12, 56%. Cast strength. Yes, I definitely want some of that. Oh, he had to run for a call. I didn't see that. He had to run for a call. Just wanted to stop and say hi, cheers, enjoy the beers. So he must be on a call. I know the pain. I was stuck on bloody emails and phone calls this morning. I was trying to watch streams. How much have you gone through the Glendronach 12? I love that bottle. And Roy even had it in his, because he did 12-year-old top 5 kind of thing. And he said the Glendronach 12 is good. From what I've been reading, the darker the cognac, the higher chance of poison and sugar syrup. Yeah. 113. That's a good amount. But yeah, that's what I read as well. Like if it's really rich and dark, they've added a shitload of sugar and poison. That's exactly what I read as well. mean, if it's not expensive and you're just drinking it, then that's fine. But, you know, when you buy a high-end cognac, it's the same with the whiskey. You don't want that. It's when you spend all that money, you expect to have, you know, a decent bloody experience. You don't want some fake shit. When I read that this morning, it really fucking bummed me out. It made me understand, like, the gentry back in the old days, you know, freaking early 19th century, 1800s, 1700s, when they're drinking nothing but brandies. They were drinking the good stuff. So Remy Martin, from what I read, they put Boise. I don't know about the Louis one, but... And that's the thing, they don't state it on the label. So if they state it, then that would make sense. Okay, so the generic, cheapy, run-of-the-mill stuff, they're doing it, but the high-end stuff, they're not. Yeah. It's hard to know whether they're not or whether they are. They might say that they're not, but if it's not on the label... That's like in Denmark and in Germany, they have to state whether they put artificial colouring into the whiskies. They should have that for cognac. I'm not sure what the legal laws about that. I think they're pretty strict in Denmark and Germany, so they might have to state it whether they got actual artificial stuff in it. I'm gonna have to look into that. And one, because I did Google it and it said cognac owner Boise, which means cognac without Boise. Yeah, from what I read though, but Hennessy, pretty much all of those, all of their expressions have got Boise. I think the four main ones, they all had it in them. And from what someone was saying, all of the almanacs have it in it. And I can understand if it takes so freaking long to mature those casks with that grape. Fair enough, but yeah, like I said before, if it's that hard to bloody do something else. Don't bother with it. You know, what's the point if it's fake? If you need to get wood chips and boil it down, just, you know, I'd rather drink something else. Even if it tastes good, it's fake though. And that's alright if it's cheap. It's the old adage, you get what you pay for, but, you know, if you're spending $500 on a cognac, I don't want to be having that shit in it. I want to feel the age and the care that's put into making that the best that it can be without faking it. That's essentially what you're doing if you're just boiling down wood chips and adding sugar and colouring. Yep. freaking World War I and World War II put a big dent. That sucks, eh? God damn it. You're depressing me, Nigel. Even though I was depressed this morning when I read all that, and I'm like, ah. I was really keen to jump into the world of cognac, and I read all that, and I went, ah, really? So it takes forever to really mature one properly. And then you'd have to mortgage 5 houses to pay for the damn thing. That's where ignorance is bliss, you know? You buy a really expensive cognac and it's probably fake to shit house, but it tastes really good and you're like, oh, makes me happy. It's not till you actually realize what the reality of it is that you go, ah, that's bummer. But if you didn't know any wiser, you wouldn't give a flying shit, would you? Interesting, though. Well, I'm gonna have to crack this anyway. I'm itching to try it. I reckon it's gonna be really barley forward. Well, the cork it's not. So we had mixed reviews of this sucker. Some people like it and some people say it's not the best of theirs. So they're saying colour, delicate gold. Yeah, it's very light gold colour. Nose, sweet, soft and fruity. Balanced with woody notes of American oak. Yep, I was getting that typical oak, honey. Yep, oaky honey nose. Yep, I'm getting that. So before I read the palette, I should have a sip. Okay, that's interesting. Really smooth honey all the way. Oh, the palate. Okay, so when it's in your mouth, it's all nice and honey. You swallow this honey, then suddenly this ABV, and then it drops down, and then it's honey, 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 honey. That's not bad. Okay, so it says combination of malt and honeyed spice with smooth, creamy sweetness of vanilla. Yes, I definitely concur. Finish, incredibly crisp with a long-lasting dairy sweetness. That's the honey. And now that I've just read the dairy word and I just went smack my mouth, I was getting dairy. Like ice cream, vanilla, honey. Yep. I like it. Oh, there's a nice bit of spice there. Oh, this is like a... Yeah, this is honey vanilla ice cream. That's nice. Hmm. Yeah, that malty honey caramel, very subtle caramel, but yeah, just honey, malt, vanilla. That's not bad. I think the missus will like this one. That's not bad. That's 3 drops. I've opened a few bottles in the last few nights. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 freaking tags I've pulled off bottles. This reminds me of Ireland. That's a small print. Non-chill filtered. Unchill filtered and matured in selection of oak cuts. So it doesn't say natural colored, but I would guess that that is uncolored, being 15% that white color. Unchill filtered and matured in selection American oak casks. Crafted by hand. Delicate, all that jazz. Natural ingredients: water, organic malted barley, and yeast. Does it say on here? No, it just says unchill filtered and matured and select oak casks. I mean, if they've added E150A colouring in it, they haven't added much for a 15-year-old. Because that's what you would expect. 15 years to have that kind of colour. That's on the dot for American oak, nothing else. That's a lot smoother with the water. But the finish comes at the end. Takes 100 years. Yeah, that sounds about bloody right. And that's the thing. If it takes 100 years to mature a whiskey, I really don't think that is... I mean, that's crazy. 100 years to fucking mature a cognac. That's insane. That's totally insane. I mean, even if you're doing a Solara cask, like a massive Solara vat, 100 years. Yeah, it's got to be a blend. Of course, it's got to be a blend. You can't do it if it's 100 years to make it decent. What's in the blend, though? Because that was actually quite interesting reading about Boise, because they're actually using like an older cognac, putting the wood chips in it, boiling the living shit out of it, and then taking the wood chips out and then letting it simmer all the way down to get rid of the water content, to get this pretty much syrup that I can add to a cognac to make it taste and look like an older cognac. Which it's kind of 50-50. It's like, okay, well that's cool, but it's kind of not cool. So if it's, you know, is it a blend as in a Solara cask? Or is it blending as in they're just adding all this other stuff to try and make it up to the point of being equivalent to the 100-year-old naturally matured cask? Because if it's a Solara, I mean, typically cognac is Solara cask, which makes perfect sense. You know, the big giant vat could be 200-year-old bloody stuff it in there a tiny bit, and you just keep adding stuff, take it out, add it. I mean, Solara cask is super common in all whiskies. Yeah, it's definitely going to take a bit of research. I mean, I don't think it's a blend per se, as in they're taking a bit of this and a bit of that. I think it's more of the Solara system. Well, I'm not disappointed with that. That's a real honey bomb. That's like meat. That's nice. Nice. What time is it? 12:10. Alright. We'll do the cut-off at 12:30. Which means 1 o'clock. It is, eh? Like all the reviews I had on this are kind of mixed. But yeah, this is... It reminds me of a lowland, like the Glenkinchie. I mean, it's not as strong as a Glenkinchie, but it's real honeyed. Really nice, smooth palate. The lovely oaky honey nose. And that's what it was saying on here, wasn't it? Sweet and soft, fruity, balanced with notes of American oak. Yeah, well, that's all the vanilla, oak, and honey. Comforting malt and honeyed spice with the smooth, creamy sweetness of vanilla on the palate. Finish is incredibly crisp with long-lasting oaky sweetness. What was that bloody... What was saying of milky... What was a dairy thing? Where did I read that? I gotta get glasses, man. Jesus. Nah, blah blah blah. Yeah, that's not bad. That oak cask comes across really nice. Mellow, fruity flavours made with a unique, organic barley supplied from local Scottish farms. For a dram deeply rooted in our community. Now, I did say dairy, didn't I? Okay, so I'll read it again. Colour, delicate gold. Nose, sweet, soft, and fruity. balanced with woody notes of American oak. Palate. Comforting malt and honeyed spice with smooth, creamy sweetness of vanilla. And the finish, incredibly crisp with a long-lasting, there it is. So, oaky sweetness. So, it was me with my old man eyes. I thought that said long-lasting dairy sweetness, but it's long-lasting oaky sweetness. Well, I'd actually pull it back and say it's more like a dairy sweetness, not oaky. The oaky is the front of the palate. It is a nice freaking nose, though. Yeah, it's that vanilla ice cream, which is slightly dairy. It really is a nice vanilla, like a farm vanilla ice cream. Cottage vanilla ice cream. Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's kind of oaky on the end finish bit. But it's really wrapped in that vanilla ice cream. So there you go. My brain was saying dairy and I was reading oaky as dairy. And it fits. Yeah, it says long-lasting oaky. But if you look at that with slightly blurred eyeballs, does that not look like the word dairy? Dairy sweetness. Wouldn't you say? Because that's slightly blurred. I would say that looks like dairy if you read that in slightly blurred. Chronic ages VS. Yeah, that's the young stuff. 2 years. Yeah, it does, eh? It looks like dairy. Yeah, VS is the 2 years, and then you got VSO, which is the 4, and then XO is the 6 plus. Or VSOP. Yeah, that's it. Because that's the very special... What is it? VS is very special, and then... Oh shit, I can't remember now. I know it's 246. Nah, it's not 10. It's 6 plus. I thought it was 10 too. And depends on where it... Actually, I think there's a distinction between Armagnac and Cognac. I think it's 6. So I thought it was 10 too. But as I've been reading, I think it's 6. So it's 10 for Cognac, 6 for Armagnac. Maybe that's where I got the confusion. It's a freaking vague system anyway. Because it could be a 30, 40, 50 plus 30 age thing and they still call it XO. Yeah, that is nice. That's vanilla, oaky, honey. That's quite pleasant. Don't mind that. Napoleon, 20 years average. Nice. Ooh, nice embossing on that too. Yeah, that's quite tasty. And I've got the neck out of that. All right, one more dram. Reserve is 25 average. Now you start talking. Oh, god damn it. I had a spillage. That's actually a weird shape. Normally they span out a little bit. That goes really quite narrow and then straight up, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, excuse that. I won't blame it on my drunkenness. What was the Azure? 30 to 50 extra, 30 years average. Yeah, this has a lovely nose. Light, fresh, honey, oat, vanilla. That's not very iconic though when it comes to cognac. They don't put a vintage year on it. It's normally just, you know, VSOP or XO or VO. Or VS, I should say. And that's the problem. You know, if you see a bottle and you go, okay, yeah, this is such and such kind of range. But then if it's added E150A colouring and Boise and sugar and... Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah, because I've seen that XXO. So what does that actually mean? Was that 10 plus? Or was it 20 plus? Or what? So I can see you're diving in here and doing a bit of research. Good stuff. This is nice. Such a honey, oat, fruit bowl, vanilla thing all day. Oh, I better keep that for the review. That's a pretty nice looking little tinfoil cap. Keep that for the episode. Oh, and I like that. It's replicated on the cork. Because a lot of cork toppers, you know, when you take the foil off, they're just a flat cork top. But when they do the same, pretty much, or different thing on the actual cork topper, I appreciate that. Attention to detail. And I'll just drop. Come on. Yeah, that's cool. And that's stamped in there as well. That's nice. Maybe you can send me a whole pile of notes that I have to try and read. Holy shit. Okay. I'll get my eyes conditioned. XO stands for extra old, and it's a brand new category that was officially added to the description of cognac ages in 2018, just is with the other age descriptions of cognac. VS, VSOP, XO, XSO cognac consists of eau de vie, some French word, that's been aged with French oak barrels, but in the case of XSO, to qualify the minimum age, it is 14 years. This makes an XSO cognac the oldest official rating at a cognac can hold. Of course, there are other commonly used expressions that describe cognacs that have been aged well beyond these 14 years. These include the hors d'oeuvre, not a French word, and truce for dire, another French word. However, these are not official categories, so no matter how old a cognac might be, it falls in the XSO category. In fact, before the landmark 2008 ruling brought by Hennessy, okay, that's interesting, and cognac producers, any cognac that had been aged for more than 6 years was counted as XO, even if it was more than a century old. That's right, that's what I said, 6 years. Discover more about the age category to all the things cognac and age cognacs. Okay, that's what I thought. So 6 years was XO, not 10 years. That's what I read anyway. Because I thought it was 10 until I delved in a little bit deeper, and it's XO is 6 plus, not 10. But I could be wrong, because I'm only very, very green when it comes to, I'm not expert on nothing. But that's pretty cool. They've added another category. That's awesome. So that's 14. So it might be for cognac, but reading that, that's saying the same thing. You rarely see the color differences in the same age ranges. Okay. I think when you start really delving into cognac, you need to be in this level of, you know, people in the world that just out of our reach kind of deal. That's what I feel anyway. The high-end bracket of people, you know. Whereas whiskey, you can get the good stuff and not be a complete and utter high-end type person. Because cognac is held in a lot of secrecy. But it's like anything, you know. If you're a complete noob like I am, it's only been like 3 or 4 days I've actually looked into it. And that's where it really concerns me, because if you got something that's in the same age range and you got something that's really dark, something that's really light colored, they're meant to be matured in the same casks. Whereas whiskey can be matured in completely different casks, so that would influence the actual coloring. But cognac readily uses E150A coloring, like a lot of whiskeys, plus Boise and sugar, so that would influence the color quite a bit. So it's kind of a really hard thing to dissolve whether it's actually good or not, even though it's lightly colored, because you might say, okay, then that means it's naturally matured, but it could be really young and cheap. Yeah, exactly. That's what you would expect. The light colored one would not have artificial coloring and flavoring and all that jazz added to it, but could also mean that it's cheap, nasty stuff. That's kind of... But then saying, when it comes to cognac, the same with whiskies, even the cheap blendy stuff, they add a shitload of E150A coloring to actually make it look dark. Like if you create a red label, it's really dark colored, even though it's, you know, it's only young matured. That would make sense. So yeah, I would tend towards, yeah, exactly what you're saying. The younger one might mean that it's not using that cheap nasty shit. As long as it's not a generic Hennessy style, you know, run of the mill kind of expression. Something that's a little bit left field that most people go into a bottle shop, you know, Johnny Walker style. Yeah, that's it. I mean, I can't even pronounce that name. That's not something I've heard in generic cognac terms. That would mean it's not one that's a mainstay that normal people, if you said the word cognac, they would go Hennessy, Remy kind of style. So that would mean they're actually doing it without any artificial crap. And that's the kind of stuff you want to see. That's like the same with the whiskey, like that Deanston I'm having right now, non-chill filtered. But doesn't say anything about the colouring, but I'm guessing it's not coloured because this is really, really light for a 15-year-old. Whereas if you get something that's from Diageo, like Lagavulin 16, for example, that's coloured to the shithouse. Which is such a really real shame because it doesn't need to be. They just need to put this shit on the frickin' label. Everything under the frickin' sun that we consume other than alcohol has all of those artificial flavors and coloring all over the label. A lot of manufacturers say no added additional flavorings and colorings and all that jazz. But when you look at the actual label on the back, it has to state what's in it. When it comes to alcohols, you can put what the frickin' hell, you don't have to state anything. That shits me. It should not be that way. And I really give the thumbs up to the Dutch and the Germans because they have said, no, don't do that shit. Put what's in it on the frickin' label. It's frickin' ridiculous. We're consuming something like if I buy orange juice, it's got everything under the sun in it. But I buy alcohol, it doesn't have to have it. Why? Put it on the friggin' label. Make life so much easier. You know, for people that don't care, they just want to buy their standard $40, $50 bloody bottle of shit, no matter what it is. They don't care. But for people that actually want to buy something decent, they can look at it and see immediately whether it's crap or not. It doesn't cost fuck all to put it on the fucking label. Ah, it's so annoying, frustrating. Everything else we consume has it on the freaking label. Spirits of France. Dunoden. I'm not even going to attempt to fucking pronounce that. So it sounds like that's the cognac I need to be looking at. Here we go. Okay, so there we go. I'm not going to pronounce it, but Cognac Heritage 40 years, 41%. And that's really low ABV, isn't it? But $360. If that's purely natural, I'd happily pay $360 if I'm getting a pure cognac experience. 40 years. Great variety, 100% Uni Blanc. Yeah, totally. Like, these are just pictures for advertising, but they are really light. And that's the same when it comes to rums. Because they add a lot of shit to them. Now, here we go. Distilled over a wood fire and aged in new limousine oak barrels without sugar, wood, or caramel. That's it. That's the shit they need to put on the label and really spell it out. Because that's saying they're not adding sugar, they're not adding E150. It does, like, doesn't say anything about Boise, but that's really stating they're not adding sugar or E150A colouring. And that's what you want to see. Because most people, like dumb idiots who walk into a bottle shop and see something that's really dark, they think that's the good stuff. When that's bullshit. And it really comes down to education. But yeah, if you're a newbie, you're not going to know anything better. It's not until you actually dive in a little bit deeper that you actually get to explore this and understand what is and isn't realistic when it comes to colorings and flavors. But yeah, this stuff is what I'd be keen to look at. Yeah, totally. Cheers, nice. That's awesome. That's what I've been looking at. Put next to Hennessy, and yeah, totally. Because Hennessy, they add Boise and E158 coloring to the cask come home, and that's what Rob Whiskey and the Six was saying. Hennessy, Remy, and there's two others, like the big brands of cognac. They all add the shit, which makes sense. Like Diageo, they add E150 coloring to everything under the freaking sun, and that's the problem. As soon as you get a nice, independent little distillery that's making really good, great stuff, the bigger they get, the shittier they get. And that's with anything around the world. Doesn't matter what you're manufacturing, the bigger you get, the shittier you get, because you're trying to cut down costs, pump out as much as you can, blah, blah, blah. That's the way of the world. So we have to find something that's not completely so small that you can't get it, and not so big that it's absolute total crap. You just want something that's in the middle there, which is the combination of the best. That's the niche little market. Main cognac tab, okay. Go where do you win a prize? I don't want to win a prize. I just want to look at your good stuff. So we've got some rums, gin, vodka, Armagnac, cognac. Let's look at cognac. Loading. 1953 cognac gin. So yeah, look at all these colours. They're all light. And I haven't seen the word Hennessy. Haven't seen the word bloody Remy. You know, this. Okay. This looks like a site of decent reputation. This is what I want to see. So I just sorted by popularity. Paul Guriard, well, you butchered that, of course. So it's Grandad Champagne, $220, 25 years. 20 to 30 years. French shows. Francios, Voyer. I really don't like French, but I like the cognac. Okay, so one that's really dark is the Renier Cognac XO 25 euro, Champagne 40%, $207. So, okay, so if you're going to have a 40% XO, I'd be a bit dubious about by the colour, but I mean, you can't really judge by the pictures, but this is a good indication because none of these are super dark. And these names are something I've never seen before, so yeah, this makes me feel confident. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Yep, that's exactly what I'm looking at right now. And I like what I'm seeing. Yeah, and even the lowest stuff at $85. I mean, this could be cheap marketing, branding. But, you know, this is light colored stuff, and that's what you would expect. But when it comes to spirits and you put it in a cask, it does not come as tea. It should look like pee, not tea. Oh, 1917. Now you're talking. Where's that one? 1917, World War One. I mean, I would have a fat chubby and an orgasm drinking something from 1917 just thinking about the history of that. Oh my god. Where is that? I mean, even if it's like 1% of that Solera cast, that is the 1970 expression. I would. Yep. Catatonic. Drinking something like that. Oh, you said it? You said it? Okay. Yep, I want to see this. 1917. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. That's a little bit different from what I was. Yeah, look at that color. That's not 1917. That's 1914. That's even before the frickin' war. Holy shit! That's 2 years after the Titanic sank. Oh my god. Wow. We acquired this cognac from a merchant in 1999. Archives mentioned it under the name, whatever that is, and we were able to follow its history a few years from 1918 when World War One ended. Then the cognac disappeared completely from the years of the German occupation in 1946. However, it re-emerges and we can follow its history again, but it disappears soon after the archives in 1970s where it reappears again. The cognac is mentioned in the archive from this date and its original denomination. We bought it, all the stock, 285 litres. It's one of our most precious treasures, and it's for this reason only available in small quantities. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Out of stock. I have orgasm just thinking about the potentiality of having a bottle of that and tasting something that's 1914 vintage. The history that this shit has seen. Oh my god. I would throw $3,000 at that. Easily. I mean, just think. That is a 1 litre bottle. And the experiences you get to share with, you know, friends that are going to appreciate it. When you're drinking that, there's not going to be a word spoken until you finish that little sip. And then you're just going to have an amazing discussion of epic proportion that you'll never forget in your entire existence of what you've experienced. I mean, that is humanity in a glass. Holy shit. Just the potentiality of that is blowing my mind. Now you've stepped it up another level. It's only $2,000. I mean 14. The average age of the cognacs in this extraordinary Grande Champagne ensemble is at least 70 years, the oldest dating to 1872 when the Normandy Mercier House was first founded. What little remains of this original stock continues to age in very old oak, undisturbed. The combination is a truly, that's the thing, it's going to be like a tiny little smidge, but just the thought of that tiny little smidge just makes it worthwhile. Combination is truly outstanding cognac with profound aromas and a subtle, soft, Rancio? No idea what that is. It's perfectly balanced, rich, long taste of incomparable smoothness. It's 40% alcohol. So the little bit that kind of bugs me is the low ABV, but if it's been around for 100 years, Angel Share is really going to smack that in the shit house. So yeah, 40% is understandable. 40% alcoholic strength is achieved entirely naturally with no requirement for dilution. Yep, that would make sense. The simplest of, except exactly 40% after you think, yeah, no, they're going to mix it around a little bit to get to that. With no requirements, the simplest of labels understates quality of this cognac. Yeah, I don't want to read the notes because they'll just make me want to crawl through the walls to try and get them all. God damn. But that's the problem with cognac. When it says, you know, it's 100 years plus, 1880 to 1914. You only get a tiny percentage, but it's just enough to tease you to go, yes, okay, that little tiny percentage is all I need when I have that sip that's, you know, 75% of it is just some cheap, nasty shit. And that little 15 is the good stuff. That's all you need. Wow. Wow, that would, yeah, I want some. I mean, god damn. When this is a $2,000 bottle, it's only 30 years old. I would happily just chuck $2,000 at something that's that age. Oh my god. I mean, just the thought of having, or even been able to get to the point of having something like that, it's just making me excited. I know. That's what I mean. $2,000 for that. And like I just said, you would never forget the experience, because when it comes down to this stuff, like, this stuff is amazing, but it is the experience with people that make it amazing. So if you're able to sit down with a bottle of that with friends that you could really, you know that they're going to appreciate this and have that experience, that's what matters, because you're never going to forget it. Oh, man. Holy shit. Goddamn, Nige. I want some. Imagine sitting on the beach, just watching the waves, sunset, having a sip of that, not speaking a word, and just thinking about all of humanity in history for over 100 years. Wow. Don't look in the rum tub. I won't. I'll do it later. I won't. I've got this link now. I won't do it right now, because I can imagine it's gonna blow my mind. But just imagine that, just sitting there and, you know, with good friends, just sitting there. You don't have to speak a word when you're sipping something like that. You just let that wave come over you. You know, 10 minutes, 15, 20, 30 minutes later, you would speak some subtle, soft words. Holy shit, that'd be amazing. Wow. Just the thought of that is almost enough, but yeah, I want that experience. Or the tequila. Yeah, I mean, the spirits of France, like, fuck the French, you know, kind of deal. But Yeah, this stuff. Wow. Wow. I mean, they are the experts when it comes to sensory delights, food and beverages. There's no disputing that, that's for sure. I just think of Adjecor, you know. English longbowman messing up the old French. Oh my god. I really, really want that bottle. Normandian Merciac. I mean, just the name. Normandy, Mercia. I mean, just the amount of history that those two words invoke. Shit me, the brick that is. The only thing that would be better than having a bottle of that would be to be in a location that is just oozing in history. You know, like on the Western Front, for example, or somewhere in Europe that's steeped in, you know, medieval to current history kind of deal. Oh, what if you're teasing me with now? Did you send me some? I can't pronounce that. Absinthe. 72%. Alright, I have to have a look. I haven't had absinthe. That's something that's never come across my lips as of yet. And I don't want some cheap nasty stuff. I want, you know, the good absinthe. Wormwood, green aniseed, star anise, fennel, gentian, or even mugwort. So that's all the good stuff. That's what you want. If you're gonna have something like absinthe, you want the good shit, not some cheap, nasty $20 crap. %. Damn. See, $160. I'd drop that. To have that. 72% ABV absinthe. Hell yeah, boy. Especially with all those flavors in there. And that sounds amazing. Wormwood, green aniseed, star anise, fennel, gentian. Don't even know what that is. Or even. Is that is or isn't? Or even mugwort. I mean, they are some good herbs. Hell yeah. That's like the chartreuse. You know about chartreuse? The old monks with their, what is it, $200-300? I mean, not $2, $200 or $300 fucking herbs recipe. That's insane. Yeah, I'm totally looking at that tomorrow when I'm sober, mate. I'm totally gonna orgasm all over that thing, because I'm seeing vermouth, absinthe, bitters, liqueurs, aperitifs, cider. Oh, yeah, I'm seeing all the good shit. So I've got some yellow chartreuse and the white chartreuse. I actually feel like a little bit of chartreuse right now, to be honest. Never start talking about this stuff. Yeah, I'm going to be looking at that tomorrow for sure. And making sure that my wallet is closed. Hell yeah. Oh, I didn't look at the whiskey. It's whiskey. What's... What's in the whiskey? So we get rye, silver cask, single malt. Okay, let's have a look at the single malts. See what they got. Man, I really want that Normandy Messier cognac. It's only $2 grand. Just think of the memories you create with drinking that shit. I don't even know any of these names. Blackwoods I've heard of. Bentrend, Celtic, Cornog, Oloroso, Domini des Huites, Glacier Rye. Never heard of that. So this must be just French distilleries. I've never heard of any of these. And some are pretty high. That was $829. Holy shit. Like Shinsu Mars, you would expect that to be Japanese. Shinsu Mars Distillery, yep. Other than the big name brands of Japanese whiskey, I have no idea about Japanese whiskey. And I know there's a big freaking fake market out there. I mean, Hakushu, Yamazaki, Cheetah, all those, they're the only ones I really read. Yes, this Spirits of France, I'm definitely bookmarking that shit. Ibiki 17. Yeah, how much do they want for that? Because that's like $600 minimum. Yeah, $1,000. That is correct for Hibiki 7A. Yep, that's on the money. And just think, 3 years ago you can pick that shit up for bugger. Yep, that's a website you could definitely mortgage 4 houses for. At least. And Carly had to get right into whiskey, bloody Japanese style, right now, didn't she? When the 12-year-old, 17-year-old had been discontinued. And High Peaky Harmony is now $200 a bloody bottle when it was $130 2 years ago. At least she's found something she actually likes. 6 months ago, she never touched a whiskey in a barge bowl. Celtic whiskey. Oh. You're having a fat time on this website, aren't you? Cornog. Sauternes cask. Oh. Oh yeah, 12-year, 46%. Yep. That's why I'm not looking at it right now, because... Cornog, oh. Yeah, that sounds pretty damn tasty. Another distillery I've never friggin' heard of. I've got my book here, I might have to have a look. See if we got a Cornog in the list here. Doesn't seem to be, so yep. But that sounds pretty damn good. Yellow Zero blend. So much shit here. I've never heard the friggin' any of these names. I'm like a kid in the bloody candy shop. Prohibition Gin, I've heard of that. Like Asked, Sean, Pete, Smoke, Chic, Way, Vodka, Maideni, or whatever it is, Vermouth. Oh my god. I need to get off this website. There's so much stuff on here. All these liqueurs and vermouths, absinthe, healers, rums. Oh. Holy shit. Start sending me links. Oh, I like the inside of that box. Nice tartan look. Exceptional blended malt. 30 years. I'm not looking anymore. I'll look at that tomorrow. You're teasing me too much. I'm just looking at the front page with it sliding over the slideshow. Keep glancing. I should minimize it so I don't keep glancing because it's kept enticing me to want to look more. Alright, what time is it? I said 12:30. It's now 1 o'clock. I knew that was going to be the half an hour over the 12:30 that I did state, so that's normal. I know. The inside, you just open that big lovely tartan inside there. That's Scotland. Hell yeah. Aye, laddie. I want a box like that for my whiskey. Oh my god. I still want that cognac. Like, I can envision myself having that cognac and like, Nige, I'm coming down. Driving down there without sitting in the back seat in the seatbelt. Be nice and safe. Coming down there, we just sit on the beach and just sip on that sucker. Oh my god. You know, it's something you would tell your great-great-grandchildren. God damn. Alright, mate. I'm going to call it quits. And I reckon we shall both go to sleep dreaming about amazing alcohols that epiphanies in our life. Yep, me too, mate. We're going to dream of amazing stuff. Until next time, as we always say on our show, have a good one.